Good morning, everybody. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. I hope you guys had a wonderful holiday. We're going to have fun today. So, we don't have much time. The markets are about to open. Thank you guys for joining us this morning if you are here. As we go about the day, we go about the morning. Everything from whatever analysis, whatever you, if there's something that you don't understand or are curious why I'm thinking certain ways, again, I will remind you, it's probably going to be a slow day, so don't try to be a hero. I'm not going to try to be a hero. But back to what I was getting at, ask it in the chat. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to throw tickers in the chat if you guys have news or anything that happens during the day that you guys, let's all work together. And for those that are new and don't really have too full of an understanding on market dynamics and how markets work or why we do things, why are we looking at what we're looking at, ask it in the chat. All right. All we ask is for you guys to hit the like button, subscribe. I need to get this subscriber growth up, and if I don't, then it makes me second guess on a lot of the things that I do. And again, I started this. I have a lot of work to do myself. Providing you guys with a better stream, explaining myself a little bit better, and sticking to the topics. So with that said, I am in doing my part backstage, spending some time on fixing some things, and just every day, just trying to grow as a person, as an individual, and I think a lot more people need to try to do that on their on a day-to-day, week-to-week, year-to-year basis. Working on yourself, and some of the things that it is that you do, finding enjoyment in things that you do. So with that said, I don't want to go off on a tangent there, but hit that like button for me. Subscribe. I want to do this giveaway. Let's get to 1,000 subscribers. Let's get it over with. Share it with a friend. All right. And let's get into the day because we don't have much time. So we are having a bit of a pullback. It's not surprising. All right. Listen, point being, yields are ripping. The Dow and the IWM have been doing nothing but pulling back. They have regained and rebounded a little bit. They've made up some ground. But there's that imbalance. And if they cannot find some type of support and start trying to, go with the SPY and with tech, specifically the Qs, you have a void there, right? So as I was taught years ago, I've been doing this for, I don't know, it was 2015, 2016, right around, I started by buying stocks. I didn't have to blow up an account. I worked hard. Whatever I didn't know, I from words to everything. In the beginning, I was just a lot of self-taught. But I was always taught until I met this individual. We have had a healthy market, and you're seeing it now. And what do I mean by that? We have bought names like Upstart. We've taken some profits on it. But having your leaders lead, Apple, Mega Cap Tech, whatever, even your banks, JP Morgan, Bank of America, whatever, but more so JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, they all went. Then you had the middle half of the market. So look at the market like a pyramid, right? You have your top 7 names, you have your large caps, your middle, and then small caps. If you get the top end of that pyramid to rise and is at highs or making new highs, and you have that lower end or just a part of the market, whether it's a sector, whatever, like we're seeing now, where the Dow and the IWM are, more so weak. They're trying to make a recovery, and then they just end up selling it off. If you can continue to get a separation in the market, what's going to happen, you can look at it like this, where you have, we'll use that pyramid again, where the top main names, are doing well, but then that bottom quartile is just not performing well or going down. You have a gap. And if there's nothing there to hold that up, then you're going to start to see, there's going to be that contraction where they meet back up, and we should get a pullback. And if these yields continue to keep rising like they are, we talked about this, Tuesday in this week, that, um, you know, with the soft landing means that, the Fed is not going to be in a hurry to cut rates, because they're going to want to at least save that as much as they can to help if there ever is a problem, whatever that problem may be, if there ever is a problem. It's just, you can't forecast when there's going to be a problem, but you can forecast, hey, if there's a problem, and if nothing is wrong right now, why should we take our target of 2026, 2028 being down at 3% to 2.8? Why would we continue to go that way down into that low of a percentage if we don't have to? We've cut a little bit. I don't think the reason that yields are rising are because of inflation. I'm over inflation personally. Until we start seeing real inflation numbers start to peak back up, 3%, 3.3, maybe even if we hit 4, to me, that is a lower high being put in on that pullback. I still think we're constant. The world is not shut down. China is open. There was actually a headline this morning. There's mass layoffs, which we'll get into. So we talked about that Tuesday, and I feel like that is at a point going, if you continue to see the 10 and 30s continue to rise, it's going to be a lot harder for more and more companies to continue to keep this, just bull run going. So keep your eye on the dollar. That's the other part. We're going to be coming into earnings. And if the dollar, I'm going to tell you this right now, if the dollar continues to rise, yields continue to rise, it will be brought up in this coming up quarter, where there could be statements of, we're uncertain as to where the dollar is at this time and where it could go, that could result in possible earnings and, being affected if the dollar, continues to climb or stays where it's at. We want to keep our eyes on that. That then could have analysts and the company say, we're going to you could have a scenario where companies start to guide back down again. Okay, we'll get there as when we get there. But I want you guys to to understand kind of what's going on here. All right, we talked about it Tuesday. So Tuesday, I got very lucky. So we were trading and watching Rumble. Guys, give me 1 second. I got to go take this steak out of the oven, or this ribs. Let me just go take this out of the oven. The timer's about to time right now. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to go just take it out of the oven, turn the oven off. It's only going to take me, 2 minutes. We're going to talk about stocks we're going to trade today. We have about 10 minutes. And we'll go over some charts today. We're going to have some fun. Again, please leave. I need your guys' help. Comment down below. Ask questions, throw tickers, get the chat going a little bit to try to help the stream out, to push the stream. Hit that like button for me. We're going for 10 likes, 5 subscribers. That's our goal. I think we can do it. I don't see why we can't. We're also going to go over a video of people failing trading today. We're going to go over, how are some things that we can benefit in 2025 if you're struggling or want to get better, and what are some things that I do that maybe you could do that could help you in your trading journey. Okay, so we'll spend the morning going through a few trade ideas, which I'll cover, and we'll look at some of the trending names, see what the morning looks like, see what happens, see if we find ourselves a trade. And then as we start to get into like lunchtime later in the day, we're going to, we'll go over charts. But again, I want to go over a reaction video, and then I want to go over like some of the things that I do in my daily morning, or just some things that I use. and do, the mindset, the actual work on what's going on, how to read data, where do I get the data, this, that, and the third. So you guys could probably use it, next year going into the, the end of the year, and maybe jot down some notes to figure out, could this help you in your trading journey, to be consistently profitable. A lot of, you have to understand, you have to know who you are, and just because you want to be a trader doesn't mean that you'll, that it, if you want to make decent money at this, you just might not be able to handle it sometimes. It's all upon the person. If you're, if you can't handle the heat, maybe dwindle your position sizes down, or trade stocks that, cost less, where you're not spending and seeing crazy volatile numbers, up, down, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 5,000 swings, whatever, a few hundred, but we'll get into that. Let me go take this out. I guess CNBC is on a commercial break anyway. Give me 2 seconds, you guys, and then we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 9:21 here on the East Coast. After a huge year for artificial intelligence, what is in store for next year? I don't know. You read the Goldman Sachs report. It's great to see you, Kate.
Great to see you. Great to be here in person, guys. So I did speak to the bank's top tech executive. He shared his outlook. Spoke to Goldman officer Marco Argenti exclusively on the topic. He spent the bulk of his career at AWS, Amazon Web, back in the day, now handles AI efforts. We first talked about what happened this year. He said right now in AI, it feels like the emergence of cloud, but faster. He says he's never seen anything like this in terms of. He said the biggest surprise this year was this tech moving into multimodal, which is pretty much a fancy way of saying AI that generates and video. Says that next year, Fortune 500 companies are going to start to deploy this in a much more impactful way, and it eventually will evolve into what he calls a new hybrid workforce with AI agents working alongside people.
You might think of a future of a workforce where you're going to have managers that are going to manage both human employees and AI employees. You might have the role of human capital management functions that are going to become human and machine capital functions that are going to be working on both evolving the career of humans and also evolving the career of AIs.
Argenti says there will be an emergence of AI experts that have a very niche, specific type of industry knowledge. So think of banking, for example. In the case of Goldman Sachs, he is expecting major robotics breakthroughs as well. Says AI safety is going to become a bigger priority on company boards, not just for regulators. And then large language model commoditization, he says we're going to see, he described it as many cars, fewer engines, the engines here being the underlying models. As that happens, the data the companies train off, he says, are going to really start to emerge as an edge, guys.
Change the world now, or because it doesn't seem like it's quite ready for prime time yet.
That's one of the big predictions. I think this is also part of the AI narrative and the valuation story. I think this is also part of the AI narrative and the valuations at some point in order for this narrative to continue. So I think there's a lot of pressure for this to actually start to impact normal companies, not just tech companies. If that doesn't happen, I think it takes some of the air out of what's going on here.
All right, well, it's going to be a fun year for you on the front lines. Kate Rooney, lovely to have you here.
Good to see you.
Taking another look at futures here as we count you down into the opening bell. They're lower. Dow futures down 230. More Squawk on the Street when we come right back.
So there it is. All right, it was on, but you guys may not have heard it for whatever reason because I was away. All right, it is. We have 4 minutes left. Let's go, guys. Please hit that like button for me. Subscribe. Leave some mentions in the chat. Let me see here. Just want to make sure. Okay, we're good. All right. GameStop. See, this thing isn't really moving. TSM, Rumble. We talked about this Tuesday. I left you guys with, I could have been in deep shit. Rumble, we got into the $12 puts. Okay? 85 to 95 cents were the bid ask. 80 to 90, 80 to 95. We were talking about 85, even 90 cent limit orders in. Right now, or at least, let me go to Rumble. This is your contracts right here. $1.55, $1.65. So 85, 90%. That was on the close of Tuesday for the $12 or for the $14 puts, guys, for Rumble. Our target was $12. All right. What happened to me was instead of typing in RUM, I typed in RIVN. And I think if you go on the live stream around noon, you'll hear me say it out loud, and I go on the contracts, and they were trading around the same price as one another, and I got lucky. I got lucky because it said error or something like that, and I seen that it was, it didn't click when it happened, but they were down to 13, 12 cents, and I was putting in, 85, 90 cent limit orders to get in those 14 puts. And just thank God it did not fill me, even at like the asking price, because if it would have just filled me at the asking price or over or whatever, I probably wouldn't have paid attention and I would have missed it. So, excuse me. But anyway, this was a trade idea. We talked about it on Tuesday. And, this was as of the close on Tuesday, $1.55, $1.65 on Rumble. We were looking for that $12 mark. Bottom right of the screen. All right, bottom right. So we had a breakout consolidation on news of over, just right around, a little bit over a quarter, less than half of their market cap. So it's about, with no multiple, you're nearly doubling their market cap. $3 billion, over a $3 billion market cap with a nearly $1 billion investment. That's pretty damn big. All right, that's pretty damn big. So not about half, but we closed that Friday at $7. We targeted 14 on Monday. Tuesday, we said, let's look for the pullback in the $12. You have a nice breakout. The next day, you would look to hold that consolidation. We were watching 14, all right, bottom right of the screen, you guys can see here, there's a nice support resistance level from the IPO price. Your IPO price looks to be right there at 1241, and that's right where we held. We held the IPO price. So what I'm going to be paying attention to is this resistance level up here at 1350. All right, if you guys can see that, it's right here at 1350. You got to watch for this thing to you know, if when it makes its run back up to it. All right, we tried twice. We could not get above it and hold it. You have two tails here on the daily chart that are not above 1350. It is below it. So 1350 for now would be the resistance zone. Depending on what happens this morning, okay, I feel as though we could sit between this range here of like $10 to $13 and let it figure itself out, maybe pull back in a little bit. But I will say this, there could be news at any time with this. Let's say they get a big streamer to join their platform, that they come out and announce that they've signed somebody. This thing, depending on who that person is, it's just a sign that they're doing what they said they were going to do with the money, and you should look for that level to break. For now, today, we could look for that level to, again, be resistance. We don't assume it's going to be resistance, but we'll watch it. Keep these highs up here at like $13.50, $14. Tuesdays. So we opened up. Let's see. So right now, that's a huge spread, obviously, right in the morning, but that's okay. But that's still a really nice trade there on Tuesday for it being Christmas Eve, right? All right. I see I've lost some views, it looks like. All right. Let me see. Let me make sure everything is. So anyway, sorry that I didn't enter. I can't, I'm not here to entertain. I'm here to make money. All I ask from you guys is to hit the like button, subscribe. I don't think that's too hard to do. And if you make any money with us, the link is in the description. If you guys want to give back to the stream, that link is in the description. Let's keep TSM. Talked about 205, 204 shorts off of 208. We never got up to 208. We never got back up there. All right. We were just looking for a consolidation between 208 and 205/204. All right. The reason I say that is because this is that previous resistance zone here that it could, pull back into, and, 204 holds, guys. I will look to try and go for a long here on TSM. Keep an eye on semiconductors. The thing is, after looking at this chart with TSM, this is these Chinese, these ADRs they get funky from time to time. All right, they get funky from time to time. Like there's no real like break and retest, like pattern setups, like holding prior day's low. It's a little rough. You have to let them set up a little bit, and you just can't put a ton of faith into some of these setups here. Like what is this pullback and hold of? It's like it's above low a day. It's not exact, but it's like this pullback. It's like it just, to me, it just doesn't trade like any normal United States, any other type of stock. So you see that a lot with BABA, which started to trend this morning. And we talked about it Tuesday, where I said, hey, we could look for a move back to that 85 zone. It might have been late last week into early this week. Let's keep an eye on this. Let's keep an eye on TSM. Where's my... Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to grab my phone, guys. Hold on. Sorry. And look at that. I knew it. Oh, my God. See, I was talking and the mic wasn't on. I said TSM. See, I'm going to miss it. That's my fault. That's my fault. Look at this thing, man. This was a beautiful, beautiful setup there. We eyed this up Tuesday, man, and this week, shit, it's gone. You still have room past 208. I just think you need to look for a low volume pullback there at 208. You know, you would expect whoever's long right now to start taking profits in front of that zone short term. All right, so you want to look for a low volume pullback there. This was a beautiful, and look at this. Some people may not have seen this, but if you go out, this is a beautiful inverse head and shoulders here, guys, with the neckline matching right up, breaking retest on the neckline. So your all-time high is 212. Here you go, right here, bang. All right, there's your left shoulder, your head, all right, right shoulder, and then your neckline right here. Your neckline is right there at 205, right where we held, So, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, guys. It really doesn't. So on this pullback here, I'll look to go long. I'm gonna look to go long here. We'll see what they are. We'll see where they're at. I'm not going to be buying a shit ton of contracts or trying to make all kinds of money today. But if the trade's there, I'll take it. If the trade's there, I'll take it. That's a mean wick, too. That's a mean wick up there. See, that all-time high on daily chart says 212.60. I'm not sure what the... what this 4 hours said. 212.60 again. Okay, cool. I thought it said something different for these after hour. So it was an intraday all-time high. That's good to know. I'm going to put a dotted line here so we know. So I use that line for like gaps, all-time high, stuff like that. So that dotted line there is for that. This stinks, man. All right, here you go. Keep an eye on 207. 207. I doubt it's going to give it to you. There's just too much strength here. This is too good of a setup. I will be surprised if it gives us this 207 hold. And that doesn't mean as soon as it hits it, go long, let it consolidate, put in a bull flag type deal. I think a lot of people struggle with that, and that's where people fail. Oh, it hits the level. Let me get long or short. You can't hang on, or, you start letting too much time go by. You can't, you emotionally psych yourself out of the trade. And, don't, keep in mind, you rally, consolidate. That is a breakout, holds, eats up time. We're still there, extend higher, right? If you get up there, a little bit of time goes by, boom, it fails back down. Okay, cool, break, retest, we're back to the downside. That was a failed breakout, So, like Rumble, we were expecting a day two, like a consolidation up there, and we said, hey, we're still struggling up at that all-time high on Rumble. Let's look, 12 is a beautiful zone. Let's get $2 to the downside. 85, 90 cent puts on the 14 puts. They went and closed that day around $1.50, $1.65. Just on the first bit of the move, you were taking $1.40, $1.25 off. That was our trade on Tuesday. And we had to wait until, I don't know, what was it, 10:45, 11 o'clock? I think it was. All right, so here we go. And look at the volume there on that. That's not really what you want to see. So, but that's okay. That's just still right there telling me that, we're going to, 208's not ready to break just yet. And I did. All right, so Abby, that's it. I'm going to let my cat know right now. Once she gets out, she's done because I'm not fooling with her. All right. That's a good sign there. Again, this is a Chinese stock, so at least it is an ADR. Yes, it is an ADR. So I'm not going to put too much emphasis on this first candle here because there was some buying in there. Not going to get too caught up on that. What are you guys trading? Let me know in the chat. You know, how was your guys' holiday? First off, what are you guys trading? I hope everyone had a wonderful holiday. All right, so Rumble's still in the news. Let's look here, guys. Let's take a look here. December 27th. I know Baba. I don't know why it was trending this morning. There you go. Look at Alibaba. I just want to pull up the daily chart on this. This has some really nice volume today. So, Alibaba received an investment. $4 billion e-commerce merger with South Korea's E-Mart. It's bullish, you know. It's not some, $4 billion isn't chump change. That's for damn sure. I could tell you guys what I think you would look, if I wanted to have an idea on where this would close at, if it were to continue to the upside, look at its market cap and with no multiple, what would a $4 billion investment, on that price take it? Like Rumble, right? We said, hey, that's half of its market cap. This thing should nearly double, right? And closed Friday at 17, we targeted 14, and that's right around where it went. So, not trying to be, we're not saying that we're trying to predict the future, but what would 4 billion, add 4 billion to whatever Alibaba's market cap is? It's just a simple way, if 4 billion, let's say they're 100 billion, okay, that's 4%. If they're 100 billion market cap, I'm not saying they are, but if they're, if it's 100 billion and you got 4 billion there, okay, that's a nice 4% chunk with no multiple. Could we just sit there and say, you know what, that could be about a 4% day? Sure. It's up 2% right now. I mean, I only say that because this thing's close to $100. I'm just not trying to, it's not something to try to be exact, but just understand what is going on with news like this and how to trade it. The initial news, that's good news, just like Rumble. All right, so it's above the 20-day. Would that take us? We have a gap fill up here. That's about 4% back to this major resistance. I need to take all these levels away. That's what I need to do. All right, so let's look at this daily chart real quick. I'm going to miss this trade anyway, just from playing around. Boom, boom. So that was our support at 81. It's like $80. Sorry, I lost my mouse. All right. Yeah, you got to target about 90 bucks. I would target about $90 here, and that's right where your 100-day and 50 days coming in there. So I'd be looking for You got a little bit of resistance probably up here, but again, it's a Chinese stock. You can't really. I don't know. They sometimes they trade funky. Like, you don't know what they're going to do. You could look for this hold here. You have a nice little support level right here at $87. Look for that pullback into 87. You have the 90 MA there coming in. You have a lot of volume here today on this. Shit. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm going with, guys. 88 to $90. I'd be targeting on this. Again, let's look right now. Let's look at what their market cap is. Let's look real quick. BABA. All right, so they have a 200 billion market cap. So I wasn't too far off. 100. I said I was going with 100 billion. I knew it was up there, close to there. I didn't think it was 500, but I knew it was around 100. So 4 billion on 200. That's about 2%. And where are you at right now? 1.8%. That's again with no multiple. That's with no multiple. So it's just a nice, quick, easy way. I think that's probably the move that it's going to put in. We'll see. Again, I'm not. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be right. I just want you to know that I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to say, hey, what's 4 billion? What does that mean for Baba? All right, that's the goal here. What does that really even mean? A 4 billion investment for Alibaba. Let's go back to TSM. Man, so many people just got snaked. And there it was, guys, the 208 short or the 205 long. I think your real support zone is down here at like 204, 203.95. This thing's just, you see what I mean? It's cranking with no volume. Just like no volume. This thing's just taking a move right back. That in and of itself is telling you something. So this is a breakout on the daily chart. Now, could you say the holidays may have something to do with that? Sure. It may. It also may not. All right. The holiday may mean nothing to this. So, are we about to have a failed breakout? You just have a beautiful head and shoulders here. We haven't broke 205 yet. But if you can't hold this, then I'm looking for this thing to go back down and fill the gap. That's a failed hold. You have closed up there, and I'm getting it up for us now so everybody can see it. It's just weird. Okay, Abby, hold on. I'm coming, sweetie. So, keep an eye on that 205. If it doesn't hold, you do have the trade line down here at 202. But you had the 20-day working itself back up there too at like 200. I think 190, 198 is probably where you're headed. It's got to hold this, or it might be in trouble. Because I would anticipate some people taking off risk. Whoever is got long this on pullbacks. They're using that 205 as, I'm coming, Abby, hold on, as, hey, if it breaks, I'll start taking some of my long position off to manage some risk, lock in gains. There's no reason. It's the worst feeling to, as a professional in this business, to have something, to be able to be up money and not take it. There's nothing worse than having a green trade go red. Nothing. I was close, man. I was close. Almost, I did step on her. I don't know if it was her tail or what. Her foot, but she's all right. I was able to pick my. As soon as I felt her, I picked myself up. She almost started to. She turned around and. You know, I figured it was gonna break. All right, in my opinion, again, this still isn't over with until you break 204. All right, now if you hold 204 and you bounce into 205 and start rejecting 205, 205.20, like this whole zone up here, then, you know, 205.25, then hey, it is what it is. You know, our next level is down there at 202. This is actually the short we were looking at on Tuesday. Off of 208. We just never got it. You got the consolidation. Here, let me move this. Because everything is at highs. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, because I have this gap here. Rumble's still going, too. Look at that volume start to increase. So there are some buyers stepping in here. There are some buyers here. Look at that volume start to just come back. What did we say? 204. But again, I can't trust it past 206. I feel like you just made that run. That was your time. It's going to be pretty, because now on the pullbacks, if you look on your 15-minute chart, you're going to be below your trade line. You're not going to be above it. What does that mean? If you're above it, those pullbacks, that's also an anchor point to hold. As you hold you up as support, right? Now I can show you on the other screen, which I'm using with, you know, but you broke it. That pink line is VWAP. The yellow is 9 EMA. That's no longer there. Again, this is still just a wick. I just don't like. I don't like everything that it just did. I really don't. Now, if it can hold up here and today close back, or even this week, just stay up here at 205, which the volume's coming in to try to do that. Time in sales is, you know, what you want to see is like a ton of orders down here to buy this thing on your level 2. You know, obviously there's going to be orders that you're not going to be able to see, and people, you know, market ordering in or limit ordering in and not showing their orders. So, you know, your level 2 is, you know, it's good to use, but it may not show you everything that you want to see. Here, let me go over to the bid side. I'm sorry. So comparable to the ask, you do have some decent size on the, you did when I first scrolled. You had some decent, see, I guess that's why now, because that's a break and retest right there on 205, guys. Yeah, this sucks. 204, let's see, 204, where'd that 5 go? Where'd he go? Is he getting filled? There's some buyers down here at 204. The selling size is getting bigger too, you guys. Fuck, 1675. Yeah, look at the bids now. 204. The bids really, the size started to step up right there at 204 flat. God, that sucks. That sucks. I mean, hey, when you make a run out the gate like that and you completely take it back, that in and of itself, that V pattern, no matter if it's you pull back and then immediately take that move back, that in and of itself is telling you everything you need to know. That was a breakout, get back above 205, hold it, consolidate above it for a full day, try to extend. Let me lay it up. Oh, I missed. Just tried to lay it up there and I, you know, ball bounced out of the rim. That's a failed breakout. So now, you used, you know, let's see, the question would be for me now. We were looking short Monday, Tuesday, 208. Just a simple trade. 208 down in the 205, 204.50 zone. Again, all that stuff is live here. What we would look for is that bounce back into 205. What do we do there? Do those 208 sellers, do they start to step down and come down to that level and start selling? Because what's that tell you? That in and of itself tells you something. Because right now, we could not get buyers to step up. Buyers from 196, 195, they stepped up. Boom, 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 boom. All the way up and through 202, 200, 204, 205. They're not there today. Not there today. Remember, it is a holiday day, so offices, they could be open. I don't know. Some probably are. Most aren't. People are away, vacation. So there's not as much liquidity, obviously. But watch 205, and let's see if the sellers really start to pack in here at 205. That's what I'm looking for. All right, 205. Let me fix this real quick for us. And that's also previous day's low. I want to keep this here. Let's see, 204. That might just be the resistance level there now. $202, 200. All right. I'm looking for 200, you guys. If this is going to continue to the downside, again, 204. That's why I have this gray box here, because that's still the wick buy zone on the daily chart. Your trade line is right there at 202 as well. So I'm going to... And now look at this. Look at the 30-minute chart. Your VWAP trade line are above you. And I'm even nervous to try to go short here too at this zone up here, because I still feel like this thing may try to recapture 205, and it's just going to take everybody's money. Let's do a quick look here. The S&Ps. This is a nice little break and retest. In comparison to the Qs, all right, identify what should. I said we would talk about this around lunchtime. But I'm just going to give you a small piece of it right now. Tuesday, earlier in the week this week, we said use the Qs, use the SPY as the guide to long or short the Qs. Because the SPY, you can see it right now. Look at the support zone from Tuesday. Boom, 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 middle of the day. Right there at 599. You're already above that. Where are the Qs? Boom, 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 boom. They're right at that. So the question is, can the SPY break through 600? So you can see, even just by looking at that, here, the top right and the bottom right, okay, on the right-hand side, here's that zone. Here's the SPY, right? It's above that zone. Go to the Qs. It's right at it right now. So what's that tell us? The SPY is leading to the upside. So if it can continue, we'll see what we do up here. I'd imagine this is my 20-day moving average, that green box that's going through there. You want to also, if the SPY continues, you just use that as your guide. Now, vice versa, if it pulls back, the Qs are weaker. The Qs right now are weaker than the SPY. Let's look at the Dow. Okay, so the Dow is well above that and at prior day's high. The Dow is your leader today. So that's really where your strength would be. I haven't even gone into the IWM. It's not at prior day's high. The Dow is at prior day's high. So the SPY, the Qs are lagging the Dow. You know, I would even say the IWM right now is beating the SPY, because the IWM is pretty damn close to prior day's high. So if this market turns around, you officially have the Qs weak today. Doesn't mean that's going to stay consistent tomorrow, because this is just could be the first portion of the rotation, right? JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Dow names, little bit of money and profit gets taken out of those tech names and starts to get thrown into those areas. And this is the first, little. It takes days, it could take weeks to put on a position, is what I'm saying. So you're seeing some money being allocated into those areas. So what I'm saying is like, don't think that I'm saying that, oh, this has to continue tomorrow. It could go back and forth, you know. All right. And she wants out. I think this is it. If she wants out, no, she said nope. I don't want out because Dad's not gonna let me back in. All right, TSM. Like I said, what did I say? Chances are it was going to get back up through 205. All right. So that's a 3-minute chart. Prior day's VWAP. All right, is right up there at 205.85. I want to see what happens here. I am really curious what happens here. I'm really curious. Let me know again, guys, in the chat if you guys can see everything clear, if everything's working okay. I want to keep this gap, and what is it? That should be Monday's. Yeah, Monday's high. Tuesday, Monday, boom. So on the low end of this, if this continues, I'm looking at 202, 200, and I'm seriously thinking about it. I'm thinking about this short, guys. After this wick, I'm seriously thinking about it. Like I want to be patient. I don't want to try to be a hero here. I want to let this thing do what it needs to do, because we could put in a double bottom, is what I'm also saying here. All right, she's gone. She doesn't. I just can't have her running up, back and forth, in and out of the room, in and out of here. So, all right. Let's see here. Let's go take a look. Tesla. We'll let TSM. I don't want to forget about it. Tesla's starting to break this zone. I do want to say Tesla still has a little bit of support here at like 550. What is this? This pivot high here. So I would not, I would consider this a break, but that zone right there, as long as you're holding that. You do have these wick lows here. You start rejecting them, then okay, it's solidified. It's probably, pre-market you held it, you extended. So you know what? You actually, so there you go. You know what? Pre-market action is telling you right now on Tesla, you're more than likely, the probability, that's what this is a probability game. 460s, this thing might end up just consolidating between 465 and 455. I just think short term it needs to bounce. Like, as much as I want to say, oh, you tried to bounce off of that level already and it failed to do so, part of me thinks that people might try to short there and it's going to break back above it. That's what I think. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right, but it would be very tough for me to try to short that right now. Unless, you know what? I could, if you sit up here and don't make any progress, as long as you remain below 460 and look at it. Look at it trying to go right there. Let it chew up some time. Even then, I just feel, yeah, that's a strong move. That's going to, so those type of moves are going to help that 5 minute, 1 minute, 3 minute, 2 minute, whatever you watch, really start to bring that relative strength up. So what do we have here? You have volume, obviously, on the sell side. All right. You have somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders trying to form on the 1 minute, but yep, even on the 3 minute, it's a nice bear flag breakdown. Let's see if this thing tries to recover itself. I would just be careful. I would keep your expectations low, but the main story to this is pre-market. You pulled into this level, right? You rallied off of it, and you failed to hold the pullback of like 460. You even broke and retest 465. From there, that breakout from yesterday, Tuesday, Monday, whenever, go back however long. Look, I'll show you. Right here. All right? See, look at this. Okay, cool. We're making progress. Support, support, support. Okay, cool. We're regaining these resistant levels. Cool. All right? And so Tuesday, you had a nice strong day. You broke up through this prior zone. Now you're trying to pull into it and hold it. And it looks like it's going to fail in doing that. And once those, once that stops, then it, the long side of the trade changes to the short side of the trade. You just need to understand. And again, the reason I'm saying it like this, guys, is because of like some videos that I just randomly saw yesterday of just people just melting down and just, not being successful at this game. I don't know, if you keep throwing money at this and it's not fucking working, and the fact is, if whatever you're doing is not working and you're not doing something different, you're not going to get a different result. I'm sorry. I'm here to tell you the truth. So if you're like, I tried this, I tried that, whatever. Okay, cool. But look back at what you're doing. All right. Should you be trading that day? Should have you even been looking at that stock? And what I'm going to say is, if you are failing or struggling to stay consistently profitable and you're still throwing away a bunch of money, and you are on this live stream and you're not willing to help this stream with 50 to $100 to do a one-on-one session so I can give you guys some ideas, some take-home work, some things that I do that you could probably do. If you're not going to do that, you're going to continue to fail. It's just nothing. It's not just going to be like, oh, it just changed overnight for no damn reason. You have to change what it is you're doing and start doing things you don't want to do to get better at this stuff. I have a lot of time reading charts. All right, I have a lot of time here and know what I'm doing. I'm not even going to go down the rabbit hole of, fake trades, this, that, and the third. Listen, if you're a fraud, or people out there are frauds, the SEC and Gary Gensler, chairman now, they'll come get you. All right? I don't have a reason to use a SIM account. I've used my own money. I don't use, whatever these people use for whatever. I can give you guys my order numbers if you guys want. But I just, like I said, I'm not even going down that road because I don't even, care to, how do I say it? What was I getting at? I was getting at, you can do this. You just have to keep your expectations in line and do it correctly. And start doing things you're not doing and don't want to do. Sign up for a 101. I ask here is if you donate a contribution to the stream, and not to me, not to my lunch, my electric bill, this, that, the third, to the stream, okay? I am more than willing to help anybody out there that wants to learn how to do this. I can give you my backstory. I can give you guys whatever you need. But there are so many things that, you know, because here's the thing is you're not going to, obviously from some of these videos, and we're going to watch some of them. And look, see, what did we say with Tesla? What did I say? You had a little bit of relative strength there. Watch it sit here. If it eats up time up here, we're looking for, you know, a downside move back into 450. I'm looking for this thing to get back to 450. It might even go further. Hold on. And I knew AI was moving. So I got lost there for a second, but if you want to send in a donation, whatever, if you're struggling, listen, there's help. You just have to reach out and get it. That's all I'm going to say. You don't have to consistently fail at this. You can find out whether or not, you know, you can even do this at that level, right? Buying 50 to 100 contracts. Can you handle that? You know, understanding the difference coming in the day. Should I even be trading or not? What am I looking at? Should I even be looking at it? If you're looking at Apple or NVIDIA just because there's liquidity, cool. How do you know, or not know, but how can you come to a conclusion that, you know, chances are this probably isn't going to give me much of a move today, so let me just back off, and if I get a couple ticks, I get a couple ticks. This thing might close flat today. What are the signs that could tell me that probability is happening? Anyway, we'll talk about that stuff later on, but again, if you guys hit the like button, that's all I ask, really, is hit the like button, subscribe. I want to give I'm doing a giveaway at 1,000 subscribers. So with your help, we can get there as soon as we can. And if you guys want to leave a donation, $5, $10, any donations or contributions, I don't call it a donation, but a contribution to the stream, $50 and over, you're in for a one-on-one if you so choose, or would like some type of, you know, work or help, ideas, something, trade ideas, anything, you're on that list, and that's up to you to, you know, again, reach out. You guys can get a hold of me. All right, so we're recapturing it. Keep an eye on, oh, this is AI, not Tesla. Let's go look at TSM real quick. Let's go look at, again, because we can look at semiconductors, but, you know, there's a reason why AMD, right? If we go to AMD, NVIDIA, like, I don't want to tie, I want to, but I don't want to just tie Taiwan Semiconductor to semis. So right now, AMD bounced into its close, Tuesday's close. It's your daily trade line there. See if that thing can start to recover here. I'd be looking for a move back into like 130. But even then, you have that gap. So I have this here on AMD. I have these two boxes here because that's the range. All right, just like NVIDIA, we said Tuesday, it's probably going to sit in that range with the gap. And that's pretty much what she did. She went up here, filled the gap at 142. Again, this is all recorded live. And she just sat between that gap and the 50-day and just sat there. Now it's breaking down. Look for 135. You have the 20-day and 9 EMA. I wouldn't look for much. I wouldn't look for much out of NVIDIA, but if you do trade it, you got to look at like really 137, to be honest with you. Like 136.50. Like you might get 136. You know, you might get that wick through the trade line and 20-day, but trade line and 20-day being right there, that's going to be a little bit of support for you. So keep your expectations in line. You do have a head and shoulders forming here, which you have an inverse head and shoulders forming on TSM, right? You have the inverse on TSM. So, let's go look at Baba. Hold on. Let's look at Rum. Red. Okay, Rum's taking off, guys. That's a lot of people that got short Tuesday. You know, coming in, taking profits, people buying on top of it. This doesn't surprise me. I mean, this is a huge investment. I'm telling you guys, this is a huge investment. So there you go. You got that breakout. What's up, Animal? Happy Boxing Day, bro. Happy Boxing Day. Right back at you. Let me say this, too. If you ask a question or have a ticker and I don't see it immediately, I want you guys to know. Just give me a sec. I will get to it. All right. Here, let me bring this out right here. Let me know. What did you guys do over the holiday? How was your holiday? How are you guys doing? All that in the third. Could I ask also, how'd you guys find me? This, that, and the third. All right, so Rumble. 1350. We'll look intraday if it pulled back. 16. Your previous high is up there at 1723. Call it 1725. Every time. I think you got to look for 1738 from the song. For anybody that doesn't know, it's just, you know, it's kind of a big part of a song. This was a beautiful. So we took this trade right up here, guys. Our entry was right up there at prior day's high on Tuesday on Rumble. So congrats. If you were with us, beautiful trade on Rumble Tuesday. I got lucky. I got so lucky, guys. You guys have no idea. And the fact that Rivian was about the same price, I could have been in trouble. I'm telling you guys right now. It wouldn't have ruined me, but it would have definitely messed with, like, something like that can also mess up your confidence. You know, there's so much to trading that you have to first accept it. Once you understand it going into it, and then when it happens, you act all surprised, you know, when you have bad days. There's a reason why, and I thought about this yesterday. When people say, you know, use your head, not your body. You may not, you know, things can get very stressful. I'm just saying. And you have to understand that those days are going to come, and you have to do your best to say, you know what, I know this is the territory. Just let me move on. You have to move on. Understand that every day is not going to be great. You're going to struggle to put things together in certain times, in certain months. Some months are going to be great. Some months the market's, you know, you have to look inside. You have to go to your work. Are you trading technology? Are you trading healthcare? Where were you when that was happening? You have to go back and look and be like, damn. And then also go look at other sectors, healthcare, banking, oil, gold. Were they going? You know, was the market pulling back and you were just trying to get the long, or you didn't give yourself enough time? And that's what I get at for one-on-ones, guys, is, you know, everything from, if you're an options trader, you want to buy options, spreads, condors, you know, strangles, understanding the right options. Like, if you're going to buy options, I give you guys the option that I'm going to be in, and if I'm going to be limit ordering in, like a stock like Rumble, AI, a mid cap, I would say a large cap, you know, a smaller company, but stocks that have a little bit of a spread. You know, I'm going to tell you guys, even on big ones, like if like NVIDIA, you don't necessarily have to limit order, because you could get into times where there's like literally like no spread, 45-cent bid, 45-cent ask, just throwing it out there. Like there's no reason to there. But with this having a 10-cent spread on AI, do I still have Rumble up? Yeah, still have Rumble up. You know, I let you guys know what I do, where I'm putting my exits, how I'm managing this. We also keep an eye. But anyway, understanding what options to be in and what is your expectation versus your timeline. Okay, a lot of people kill themselves trying to trade weeklies on stocks that ain't moving. Taking a guess. You know, not knowing you're you know, $4 or $5 out of the money, and realistically, on the chart, that's a 5-10% move, and you got 3 days left. Even if you start to get there, you're going to chew up a lot of clock in that time. So understanding, giving yourself time, being in the right options, and like what options are going to pay the most, and when do those good options stop paying the most, right? But anyway, there's a lot of easy things that I can help people with, and I'm telling you to help you guys be consistently profitable. But again, at the end of the day, you still have to realize you have to give it time, keep your expectations down, start slow, because your goal is to use your capital, whatever. Don't be out lending money, blowing it, losing it, and just putting yourself in this hole. Use your money, have your long-term first things first. Then you'll see, oh shit, guess what? That's how I learn. I know Apple's price action because it's in my long-term. I know what happens up here at 150. I know once we're probably going to go back down to 125. I'm just throwing out numbers. Like, you're going to learn the price action of the stock. And you guys are going to see what I mean, because there were some videos that I saw yesterday where, there's so many little easy steps that could avoid people. Like, I say this all the time. This is one of the only industries where this is the highest suicide, I would imagine. The suicide rate is extremely high in this field. Okay? Because it's mentally, it's just not even just mentally exhausting. It can be mentally crushing. You can have your confidence one day and your confidence just be stripped from you the next. And it's hard to get it back. But understanding that, don't set yourself up for failure. What do I mean by that? If you can't handle Tesla at $400, and first off, I don't care if you got $1 million, $2 million, 100,000 in your account, and you're just trading one contract even on 100,000, in my opinion, you still shouldn't be trading it until you get some type of education and knowledge of how markets work and how to read charts. Okay? Like, some people think they know how to read charts, and then come to find out, damn, I didn't know that. That actually, like, there's so many things that I could show people, and even understanding the psychology in which, when things happen, what happens, it's deep. It's deep. All right? What did we say? We had a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here, but what did we say? We said if this sits up here for a little bit, this is going to, and that last push right there, real strong, started to, make Tesla, it's not doing it right now, but it's just not going to be, it's not going to surprise me. See, it's holding. It's still closing above 457.50. My toe's cramping up. Notice how that sell side volume just stopped. You bounced here earlier. You came back in. It failed to hold. I feel like this is a key zone right here. So taking prior day's high, right, for a reason. It pulled back here pre-market, and then whoom, it failed. What time did it fail? 4 o'clock. I don't know what happened at 4 o'clock. Everything was going down at this time because I was up. You recovered. You started to rally. You regained this 465 level. Support. It broke it. Rejected it at the open. Bang. That would be, if you're long, that would be my first target. A retest to that level. And finding out, does it continue to reject? What does the volume look like on our way there? That's just the beginning of it, Then what do you do when you get there? What happens if you don't get there? It's a couple of easy things you can take before that. So look at this. Here we go. I got to be honest with you guys. I'm probably going to get short Tesla. Watch this area right here. Let's see. Let's see this 1 minute. Let's keep. And it blasted. Let's see. So just give it a minute. We'll give it a minute here. Give it a minute. So to the left of us, we have support 460. All right. 460, 460.50. Nice support level. All right. Daily chart. Nice breakout. Just pull back. Consolidation. Consolidated for 2 days. You got back above this 430 level. Okay, so we do have a gap there at 474.50, I guess it would be. 475.50 is the gap fill. Yeah. All right, so what I'm watching for, right? Watch that trade line on the 15-minute chart, if it can get above it. And what I would be doing, let me see here. Man, if we get above this, we still hold this. You get a pullback into this, this could be a really nice long, man. This thing might try to take back off. Just be careful up there. 465 target, 470 longs. I don't want to have a big position going up into that zone. Come on, baby, give us that pullback. There it is. It got above it. That's good. That's good. Here we go. Look at this 15-minute chart here. I'll zoom in on it. Now let's look for this. Look. Yep. Now what you want to look for in this 15-minute candle is this wick we're pushing, right, to pull back. Bang. Look at that. Look at that 9 EMA go. It's just going like this. It's going like this. You want to start using this little bit of a pullback here, low volume pullback, and we need it to hold. We need it to hold. VWAP was resistance all this morning. VWAP was resistance this morning, and we need to start regaining this level. But the coast is not clear. Let me just tell you, the coast is not clear. So if you're not going to, if we get a pullback here at 460, okay, we get this pullback for an entry, for a long entry, and you're not taking something in front of 465, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble. You're probably going to be another one making videos about how you failed at the market. And it's just not for some people. But if you keep your expectations within line and you manage risk at all times, because again, news could come right through that squawk box any second and take this trade away even before we even get close to 465. It could happen right now. Boom, you get a limit order down and your option is down 50, 60% because of a news headline. Oh, it's a gut-wrenching feeling if you're in too deep. Don't let it be you. Have respect for your money. I want you guys to do good. I want you guys to succeed. All I ask is hit the like button, subscribe. If you want to donate, I hate the word donate. If you want to contribute to the stream, that link's in the description. If you want to set yourself up with the one-on-one, any contributions over $50, you're automatically in for a one-on-one or whatever it is that you would like from me for help, you know, outside of the stream. So what I'm going to do right now, oh, this is going to be nice. We might even get back up there. I don't want to get ahead of myself on it, but man, that looks nice. This looks really good. So now things start to change a little bit here. That hourly chart though, man, it's still a bearish, you know, it's still a bit bearish, right? You guys probably aren't seeing what I'm seeing, and I'll try to zoom in, but there's everything about this is, you know, it's screaming downtrend. You really got to get up there. You got to get through that. You got to get through that 5 or hold, you know, 460 and get some volume in here. You need volume. Short term looks good for a bounce. I mean, even, I don't know though. Hold on. Yeah, short term looks good for a bounce. It's just what happens when you start getting up to these levels. Let me see real quick. Let me pull up the 4-hour one more time. I don't know why it's not saving. Looks like we are going to head back up there to 480. Let me stop wasting time here. I just need, come on baby, just give me the pullback. It's not going to. They're not going to give it to us. Man, I was just really hoping for a pullback consolidation here. Come on. Oh, it did on the hourly. It already did it. Shit. It already did it. Dude, come on.
Sitting on Squawk on the Street, which means we are going to talk energy. Let's talk so-called renewables, clean energy.
Oh, hold on.
Which is a clean energy.
Look at this. Look at this zone right here, guys. Look at that. 462.57. I don't have it there.
Will next year change things? Pippa Stevens, look at energy as she does.
I see why it's struggling.
What is wrong? Everybody's talking about
It's going.
why aren't these equities?
Fuck. Sorry for the curse words. There, it's just going to extend. I missed it. I was fooling around. I think I still have room. I think we still have some room. Still have room.
WIMI, we develops a quantum technology-based random access memory architecture. The press release, WIMI.
I was wondering why my... Alright, I'll leave that there. So let me know. How was your holiday? How are you doing today? Did you hit that like button? What stocks are you watching? What are your thoughts on 2025? Let me know in the chat, guys. I want to talk to you. I want to hear back from you guys. I missed the fam. I missed y'all. But listen again, I've been working on a couple things I think you guys will like. I was just thinking also we're going to get a stream deck going. So we'll get some cool sound effects. I was thinking the intro. Let's get ready to rumble. That's what I was thinking. Let me know what you think. Is it ass? Does it suck? Does the stream suck? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Tell me what you think. Get it off your chest. I know you're holding a lot in. How was your year? You know, I want to know how. I want to hear back from you. How was your guys' trading year? What do you want to improve on in 2025? Let's start the conversation. Damn. This thing is... I gotta be honest. Oh, those puts look so good. They look so juicy. I'm gonna tell you that may not be the best thing to do, but they look juicy. Like they only want what, like 450? I know. Wait, yeah. Today is Thursday. You still have 2 days left, but you could get there by today. If you can't hold this zone and you start rejecting it, you're gonna be back at, 440 before you know it. 430, 440 before you know it. All right, JP Morgan not moving at all up there. Might be able to get a rejection on banks. What's the Dow doing? Is the Dow getting ready to sell? If the Dow starts selling off, guys, let me know. Because I think we might have, or if yields, if we start seeing the 30-year and 10-year start to pull back, this could be a nice short. I think it's going to happen right now. Make sure, too, that this stream is all the way to the right, that you're live with us. Okay, make sure that you're live with us. Look at JP Morgan. Look, it's about to go right now. No. What did I do? No. Add simulated trades. No. Trade scan charts. Wait, so that's your simulator there? Analyze. Add simulated trades. Oh, probably. I was wondering where that was. I wasn't wondering. I never came across it until now. So if we look, I know because the only time I've used to analyze was Market Watch, and let's go look at the Dow. The Dow's kind of flat, trying to go green. UNH looks like it's UNH, Boeing, Disney, Verizon, Honeywell, McDonald's doing pretty well. JP Morgan. I mean, they're all flat. All right. Palantir, APP, Adobe. Starbucks is doing really good today. This was a theme going back to Tuesday and earlier this week. Those names were doing really well. You know, your Walmarts, your Amazons, your Starbucks. What would be consumer discretionary or consumer discretionary? I get them mixed up. Rocket Labs, that thing has been in the news headlines for like a while. Like, for some reason, haven't you guys been seeing Rocket Labs in your being talked about? Joby Aviation. Oh, with that crash, that's also HIMS has news too last week, and I have these written down, right? TSM, SEDG, which was Solar Edge, I think it is. GameStop, TSM. Remember, Micron had earnings. They came down to that pullback. You know, we're gonna keep Tesla on watch here, but look at this flag that JP Morgan's putting in here. I'd look for a bounce, see if this thing tries to fail and pull back. And look, here they are, right on time, right on cue. As soon as I talk about the crash, look at this.
John airline flight to crash, killing 38 of the 67.
So you're seeing some of the aviation stocks, like in the Russell 2000, at least that the one we talked about. It's green as all green can be. All right, let's see here. All right, and also you have the 20-day moving average on JP Morgan, guys, also right there. So what I would do if you're going to look at this, you have to have yields, specifically the 30s and 10s, on watch. Right? Banks borrow on short-term rates, lend on long-term rates. So as the 30-year and 10-year start to rise to an extent, and when I say to an extent, because if it gets to a certain point where people can't afford it, then the banks can't obviously make money on lending because the people won't be able to get lent. But I would use that as my guide. If you see the 10s and 30s start to pull back, it's not one for one rate. You know, I'm just saying that could give you the pullback you're looking for. Maybe a bounce in TLT. That could be also another way, or long both of them, or do spreads. Like you could have, a hedge going here. And I think TLT has a triple leverage. So let's say you were short JP Morgan, but then you put a small amount, or if you were long JP Morgan and you put a small amount of money into triple leverage TLT, if JP Morgan pulls back, you make money on that triple leveraged, and and it's a quarter of, the position size of JP Morgan. So you're going to get the full size amount because it's triple leveraged, right? We'll just use $1,000 JP Morgan long, $250 TLT triple leveraged, and they may not be quite there, but if the banks pull back, chances are TLT's bouncing. It's a holiday as well. Not saying that it's time to do that. I'm just saying it's a strategy to use. Like there's a right way and a wrong way to do things. Okay, and a lot of people didn't even know that. Oh shit, I didn't even think about that. I just go long TQQQ. I just long it. Combine it with your trading. Right? If you're buying, I don't know what you guys trade. If you're buying 100 calls on the Qs, maybe buy 25 puts on TQQQ, or 10 puts, whatever it comes out to be. The math. I'm just giving you the number. That way you're you have a hedge on. And if the position doesn't start working, the hedge is there for you to start not only keeping you even, but profitable. Okay? I'm just saying. So these are a lot of things that I don't talk about, that I know that, that I can, help you guys with for anybody that's out there struggling. All we ask again is hit the like button, subscribe. If you haven't done so, I'm doing a giveaway to 1,000 subscribers. Second, follow me on X at Ivy League Trades. And all the links are in the description. You guys can send me an email, send me a message on here, whichever you guys prefer. If you guys want to just send me an email or whatever, and then let me know in the chat here, or message me on X, friend request me, and we can message on there. Do it with a lot of the people that are in here as well. Sometimes you may not see them in chat, but we talk offline. All right, let's go to Tesla. Sorry that I'm yapping. I just really want 2025 to be good for some people. I want the markets to work for everyone, because they can. And if people can just be taught how to do this correctly without being charged and not scammed, but suckered into, well, you're not paying me, so I'm not teaching you, but over and over and over. There's no reason why you guys can't get help at an affordable price that doesn't just extremely just tear your, a hole in your wallet for education, All right, so Tesla is right now 460. You have VWAP coming in there. I had a feeling this thing was going to just go back and forth. We'll see if you can hold VWAP. Just like TSM, right? You have this inverse head and shoulders here, and then you can't hold the neckline. You'll rarely hear me, like, it really has to be a pattern. Like, I'm going to say right now, I don't consider this an inverse head and shoulders. Like, this is kind of, but it's not, because you have an increase in volume on the sell side when inverse head and shoulders are inverse to the downside. They're a bullish pattern, and you need, like, inverse head and shoulders that work don't have, the most volume to the opposite side of the trade, which would be to the sell side. An inverse head and shoulders would have a decrease in volume on the pullbacks, not an increase in volume on the pullbacks. And I mean the pullbacks, I mean this sell-off, right? Sellers. See, everything past 1 million shares, the majority of it is to the sell side. That's not what we want. We want it to the buy side. So chances are this is going to either just consolidate here. I still think that this is probably going to go revisit and take back, some of what it did on Tuesday. Just got to put that out there. 435, 450 look like a good spot for this thing to pull back to. You have a little bit of a zone here at 440. So I say these puts look pretty juicy, but we'll see. Like, here's the thing, right? There's two scenarios. One scenario here on the bottom left of the screen is that we hold VWAP. If you hold VWAP here and this thing starts to try to extend, then as you start to get the confirmation of a hold at the 90 MA and VWAP and it starts to extend, you should start to continue to see that volume start to, continue to increase and increase going out to highs, because you have room to 480s. You have room. Like right now, everyone is a little leery on what it is that they're going to do, because there's not really, nobody's been confirmed of anything. The only thing we've been confirmed of is either this thing is going to consolidate or we're going to be pulling back. It hasn't given me really anything just yet to be bullish. I mean, if you consider holding 455 bullish, you know, that's fine. That's your judgment. That's what makes a market. To me, that's not bullish. That's just holding a level. Like if we pulled into 455 and then just left it screaming, that's me using then saying, okay, 455 pullback. That's definitely bullish because of what it did at 455. It's not acting out of any type of way that tells me or would lead me to believe anything other than a consolidation or a consolidation to a pullback. Like though that nothing or puts / short is the side of the trade I'd be looking at. All right. We got above the 15-minute trade line, above VWAP. You tried to get up there, pull back, hold, and extend. You could not. That pullback did not hold. You know, this pullback, I mean, unless this is still the pullback here, because there could be something I don't see, but this is what happened pre-market. Again, this goes right back to pre-market. Right? Pre-market. Everything goes right back to pre-market. This setup, everything it did today just took, like, just is telling you the story that what happened the past few days is kind of coming to not really an end, but you know, this rally, those resistance zones were becoming support. And then here today, I don't know if that was after hours or this morning, but when we pulled in, here's your pullback in the prior day's high. You double topped up there. You left it. Oh, it failed. And then what did it do? Break, retest, boom, sold off horribly. That's okay. We held this level. We tried to extend. Cool. Now, then from here, we started making progress, right? 460 hold. We climbed. We tried to recapture prior day's high, prior day's double top at 465. You got through it, right? It pulls back. We hit it. You try to extend, fails. Break, retest, boom. Here we, you know, like ever. So we'll see during 9:30 to 4. Do we get to 465 to give us another rejection up there? Are we going to get to 465, 470? You know, see, here's the thing. Like, look at this. See how the volume just kind of started to fall off here? You're back below VWAP right now on a 5-minute. 15-minute. Let me look here. And again, what did I say on the hourly chart? Look at the hour. Look at your MACD and RSI and volume. Just those three indicators alone are what? Headed to the downside. You have an increase in sell volume, RSI, you know, headed, you know, pulling back, MACD, wide divergence. It's probably going to consolidate and close in on itself a little bit here, but it's still headed in that direction. Let's go look at the daily chart. Just like the SPY, everything's closing. Look how far extended we are on the weekly and 20-day. Look at that weekly, right? That's a new high with a lower high on the RSI. Look at that gap on the MACD, all right? What that means is that we should start to expect everything to start closing in. It doesn't mean you have to sell off, but you would expect a consolidation, pullback. Like, it's time to take a breather here and profits to be, you know, taken. And that's what you're going to see. That doesn't mean you're going to just sell off. Okay, but, you know, a consolidation is due here. And this would be very bullish. If we can just sit here between, you know, I was going to say 380, but we'll say 400, 400, 480, or we'll say 400, 500, this all-time high. If we can just sit here and just chew up like a couple months and just consolidate, bro, this thing's going. Because then what we have here is a nice, you know, breakout, pullback. This is a stage 2 rally. Consolidate, stage 3. Then what happens after that? I don't know. It'd be like 2028 by then. But I would like to see a consolidation here. You consolidate up here, watch out. And what I would do is I would use this low. Boom, here. There's that. And if you consolidate here, depending on where the low is, this thing looks like it's getting, you know, more than double. I would use, see, I don't want to get down that low, but that could still be part of, we could still get down there. And where's that take you? See, I was going to say, it could be about double. So it's 704. You know, that's 704. And the reason I did it here, because this was really where started the trend from. That's very doable. That's a little bit less than a doubling in its market cap. And they're tapping into all kinds of industries, so this was a nice hold here. It's pivot high, boom, boom. 440, 450, pullback would be nice. Let's look at this 4-hour real quick. You had the 4-hour trade line right there to hold you up. Come on. I mean, that's good. So on a 4-hour, you had a nice tail there. You're still holding. And what did I say? And we specifically brought up the hourly chart and that hourly 9 EMA. I don't think I told you about the 9 EMA, but I did say we're underneath, our indicators. If we're underneath of them, bouncing is just overhead resistance. We want them below us. That's why I said on the 15-minute chart, once we started to regain that trade line, and if we were able to, then I thought you could see an increase in volume off of it, because then it had then that's showing us that Tesla is making a change. And this is kind of a good sign, but I'm not skeptical. I'm just saying I think a pullback is, it may not. It's hard with the holidays, because if this just consolidates, then that negates the pullback. But this is, look, a low to a new low. You kind of rally to a lower high and see if it puts in another lower low. All right, let's go look at TSM. Did anybody trade TSM today? What did you guys trade today? TSM's not doing anything. Let's look at BABA. Look, BABA pulled back. Not surprising either. These things trade weird. Let's go look at stocks that are trending. Okay, because if stocks that are trending, that means there should be some volume there. All right, then we should have some volume. And that's what we want. Because volume gives the stock a reason to move. And or there could be news behind it, which is another reason for, the price of an equity or an asset move. I think if you asked most retail, if you asked the majority of new retail traders what makes an asset move, they probably wouldn't be able to answer that. They might, but I don't know. There's just crazy out there. All right, so here we go. Stocks making the biggest moves. This was pre-market. Let's pull up GameStop. GameStop wasn't doing anything. It tried to get above that level and then failed. Okay, so it did extend. So when I looked at it, it was here. It was around 5 o'clock this morning. 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Looks like we might be trading small caps today. Let me pull up a scanner. It failed this level, and I guess it regained it pre-market. You can see here, pre-market, it recaptured it. But it's just not, to me, it's not really doing anything. Watch what happens here. There's a 4,000 buy order that just got put in. 4,700 to the sell side got filled. Right there it is. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, right there, right there. There she goes. Bye bye. Yep, here it is. Keep an eye here, because I'm thinking you get another pullback to 32. It's not much, but that's why I say, guys, this may be one of those days where, not maybe, we already said pre-market that, we were just looking to have fun today, and talk about 2025. We're gonna go over some lessons too, guys. By the way, so the couple things that I wanted to do. Let me keep this here. I want to tell you about this 15-minute chart on this pullback. Wanted to react to a video, and then I wanted to give you guys some insight on some of the things that I do pre-market, and maybe give you guys a few tips to be able to stay consistently profitable. So don't go anywhere. I just want to eat up a little bit more time. It is 11 o'clock, but I want to wait a little bit. We'll do it around 12. All right, we'll do it around 12 o'clock. We'll go over the video. We'll react to the video. Then we'll go over some things that I do, and then we can take questions. We'll go over charts, take questions while we're going over charts. For next week, for tomorrow, next week, this, that, and the third. And that's on the agenda. We're just gonna have fun today. So if you could, please, I'm begging you, hit the like button. That's all I ask. And if you guys want to give back to the stream, the link's in the description. All right, so GameStop, MicroStrategy. I was just getting ready to talk about Bitcoin. Oh, and I meant to write this down. Keep marijuana stocks on watch. Okay? U.S. markets, that is. Okay? Keep it on watch. I'm telling you guys. It's in the news headlines. It hasn't done anything for a while. Trump, I guess, has talked about doing something with like safe banking and just trying to fix this, like, to fix this sector that doesn't need to be where we've already gone way too long. I remember growing up, and if you would have asked people then if weed would be legal by now, they would say, oh, hell yeah. Like, oh, for sure. The fact that it's not even the fact about it being legal, but just at a place where companies can borrow money, you can buy whatever, your herb or green, whatever you want to call it, where you can buy weed with a debit card. Okay? When they're federally chartered like they are, you can't just use your Visa. Okay? You can't just, there's laws that are there. They can't lend. They can't use banks as a lend. They have to do everything in cash. So that in and of itself creates problems for people wanting to rob them. And it's just, that is a hurdle that shouldn't be there. So I get there's always stuff going on. But what has gone on outside of the Russia-Ukraine war and Israel and stuff, there's no reason why they can't just go ahead and get some of this shit done. No reason at all. And guess what? That man said he would do it. So I think it's so funny when people say, like, I seen a comment yesterday, not to me or anything, like, let me guess, you voted for Trump. And my answer to that would have been, well, of course, because it's not going to go for the prosecutor, right? Sure shit ain't going to vote for a prosecutor who is more worried about whether or not you're going to go to jail or not for whatever, right? Because the prosecutor didn't spend her time on, on things that matter. There's so many, like, foolish things that they would much rather focus on that it's just ridiculous. But anyway, I would much rather go with the person who has shown what people want. And what people want is just a person that is going to do what they say that they're going to do. You don't get that with politicians at all. They tell you everything you want to hear and do completely the opposite or shit that you didn't even know what they were going to do. So guess what? I would give Trump over Harris, and Biden, where, they said they would fix it. They said they would do something about this industry 4 years later, they clearly don't give a shit about the industry, and neither does Chuck Schumer. But anyway, point being, it's back in the news. So keep an eye on it. I guarantee you, they're going to want to do it. I guarantee you, he's going to do it. Because it's not going to take much, in my opinion. Right? There's things like, traveling across state borders, not just you as a user or whatever, or no user, but as a manufacturer. Because the thing is with weed now, you have to, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on it, but you have to buy your building, grow it, all in the same state. It would help these companies, and they already make money doing it. And if they can cut out having to buy real estate or whatever to, if they can save money on the, the hassle of the transportation aspect, it's no telling what they can do. Because it's not really the transportation, but it's more so, and it wouldn't say the buildings, because if they're buying the buildings themselves, they are owning it. It should appreciate or depreciate, and you can write it off. But having to continuously buy the things that it takes to mass produce this stuff, right? Because they can't just have a few main places and put it on a truck and ship it, because it's not federally legal. Once you cross state lines, it's a whole different ballgame. So they need to do something about it, and it's in the headlines. All right? Keep an eye on that. That is like, Terracen, True Leave, Cure Leave, MSOS. And there's probably more. Let's take a look at the heat map real quick. TSM's still just hanging out, guys. Like, part of me wants to try this if we can hold on here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this. Let me look at the scanner real quick. So this is stocks that were moving this morning, right? GameStop, MicroStrategy, Coinbase, Riot, Honda. That deal with merger talks announced at the start of the week with the automaker Nissan, Starbucks down. So there's American Airlines. That was news last couple days ago. Let me see here. Let's go look at American Airlines while we're there, and Starbucks. Let's go look at some of these names. Forward price to earnings ratio. Oh, 4. He didn't say 4. He said 4. Palantir. Forward PE of 180. Tesla 150. Axon 108. Not Exxon, but AXON. Applevon, whatever, is 63. And NVIDIA is coming in on the lower end of the high end at 35. 36. Palantir is insane. That's crazy. So TSM, there was something I was going to look at. What? Damn it, that messed me up. Oh, the scanner. I was going to get that going and something else. Oh, American Airlines. That's right. AL, Starbucks. All right, let's go. This is a nice consolidation. I might start to go long airlines again, guys. I think it might be time. Man, I'm starting to get hungry. I might have to heat up some food, guys. I wish I knew how to get I wish I could raise this a little bit and get rid of like this little black zone right here. Like that, like just an inch would give me so much more space if I could get that on my charts. That's what I'm referring to. All right, so we have some resistance up here on American Airlines. It's really the zone we're watching. Support and resistance up here at $19. 19, call it 20. Nah, it's 19. Keep it at 19. We'll keep that. What a monster run. We've been on airlines for a minute now.
RVSN Rail Vision shares popping to the highs again, 85 cents.
18.
Romeo Victor sending November up 75% now.
Trillions were issued in debt. Trillions were thrown into the economy. Again, we can argue if we needed it or not. It doesn't matter. It's done. People are building houses. They're building apartments. They're building condos. They're buying boats or whatever. It sounds like you're saying, Jim, that the stock market, the path of least resistance, is higher regardless of how the fundamentals are, simply due to the velocity and volume of money that is in the system.
I've said this too. It's exactly what I've said. I don't know how far, if it is far behind it. Listen to what he said.
Simply velocity and volume of money that is in the system.
Yes.
I've said this for a long time too. You add $7 trillion to the system. It's got to go somewhere.
FRSX is a shareholder for Site Automotive in Rail Vision. Foxtrot Romeo San Diego.
All right, let's go to the scanners. I might have to go heat some food up, guys. I do apologize. But as we, as I eat, we'll go through some charts and stuff like that. I just think I just got to get something to eat. All right. Let's see here. Damn, we are slacking on the views, guys. Come on, help me get some views going here. Let's go. A lot of valuable information here. Damn, son, where'd you find this one?
But yeah, we're looking outside. I think the health changed dramatically by this administration. Industrials, the rest of the market is not expensive. So we're going to be looking for opportunities because money's been taken from the other parts of the market, all flowing to technology. So imagine 2025 where people start getting disenfranchised with these high valuations, and the stories are so well known that they start taking money out of the top 7 and putting into other parts, the industrials, the energy parts of the market. You look at healthcare, financials. We think those are better values and better asymmetrical returns for the investor.
We also have a new administration. I can't leave that out. Any thoughts there?
I think we are fasten your seatbelts because what you're going to see is an administration that is very outgoing, talking about changes in policy by the moment. So people are going to try to keep up. What's the difference between smoke screens and what's actual policy? But if you look at the administration, they're telling you that they want to spend some money. They want to change immigration policy, which can have a big effect on taxation and interest rates. You're seeing a lot of changes in healthcare take place. Consumers' diets could be affected dramatically by this administration. So you're going to see geopolitical things change. So I think we're going to be trying to catch up with this administration that's going to be constantly throwing out, if you will, softball pitches to everybody, trying to figure out which way that's going to go. So, yes, I think this administration is going to provide a lot of growth opportunities.
I'll be
but
right
it's
back,
going to
guys.
be
I'm gonna go
bumpy
heat up a
because
plate.
the major
Getting a little
policy
tired. There's not
shifts,
really anybody here.
policy shifts on
Feels
every
like.
front about to take place. And I don't know how you can really measure that until you see what actually gets passed by Congress.
Right, understood. All right, Max Wasserman, Miramar Capital, thank you so much for being with us, and a good 2025 to you and to all. Plenty more to come here on Trading 360. Up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Kevin Green will take us through the technicals, and Scott Bauer takes us through the trades for AMD, Boeing, and Ulta Beauty. That's next on Trading 360 on Schwab Network.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing,
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Trading 360 and our 2024 special year-end coverage. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Kevin Green will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Scott Bauer, CEO, Prosper Trading Academy. Good to see you both. What a great year we have had. Scott, you want to give us a look back thought?
Yeah, the look back is I don't think anybody expected, this
big of a gain, even with what's happened over the last several days. And today, markets, I'm looking up here right now, S&P's just rallied a little bit, but overall, this has been a spectacular year. Now, is that going to be, a little bit of a question mark going into next year? Maybe, but I think things are still overall pretty decent, Nicole.
Right, understood. And how are you feeling about the year ahead for 2025?
Yeah, a little bit more cautious at this point, I think, just because the narrative has changed so quickly on rates and what the Fed might do. Economically, though, I think we're sitting okay. I don't think we're sitting great. I think we're sitting okay. The consumer is still in a pretty good spot. I mean, we've all been waiting for that part to kind of fall off, and it hasn't yet. So if we look forward there, the consumer is pretty good, and I think we're going to have a pretty decent year. I'm not saying that the S&Ps are going to be up 20+% again, but I think we're going to have a pretty decent year.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about AMD. We think about AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, all those names. Why is AMD the name that points out to you, which obviously was a loser for 2024 in a big way, really paled in comparison to some of the other names in the group?
Absolutely, and it's been the one that's kind of been tossed aside, and that's part of the reason I like it. And there has been some pretty positive news lately with their relationship with NVIDIA, and it may take NVIDIA to get AMD going again. But just given the fact that it's really fighting to hold those 52-week lows as we're seeing here, and it's putting in a lot of volume down here, I think the upside is way better than the downside is for the entire year. I'm looking at a little bit shorter term trade, so literally just starting off the new year. So what I want to do is I'm going to sell, it's the January 3rd expiration, so literally 2 days into the new year, 2 trading days into the new year. I'm going to sell the 125, 120 put spread, and I can get $3 to do that. I can collect $3. My break even in a couple weeks from now is 122. Now, that doesn't, give you the whole story for the year, though I am bullish in AMD for the year. But I think with the option volatility, the premium we're seeing now overall, that makes this a really, really a good trade that I want to look at because I'm able to collect so much premium.
Yeah, exciting. Definitely very exciting. Kevin Green, let's take a look at some of the charts and some of your thoughts.
Well, when you're looking at the risk-reward structure from the price action here, you can make a case that Scott, rightfully so, may be bullish on this name. We saw this immediate run up to the upside at the beginning of the year, touching $227.30, and that's when we started to see it fade. But it's been fading in a way that has been, let's say, orderly for the most part. We saw first the 180 level kind of fail. We consolidated in this bear flag pattern, meaning that we have a bearish trend, but we do see maybe some green shoots. And then we came back, retested the 180 level again, and then flushed below the 200-day moving average. And now that has been an area of resistance for the stock. Now, what I do have highlighted here is around that $119, $120 level, or that range, is where we did see buyers actually step in earlier this year, right around August 5th of this year. So if you're kind of looking at the technicals, you wanted to take a shot to the upside here, the risk reward based on the past price action of the stock does kind of point a little bit more to the upside. Now, you do have the RSI that is still in a downtrend, making lower highs as well as lower lows, and it is in the oversold territory. And we do have the MACD, which is still in a bearish formation with the 12 EMA below the 26 EMA. Overall, we're still seeing some bearish signs, but once again, when you're kind of looking at the past price action, the risk reward setup to the upside here probably puts this in Scott's favor for now.
I see. So, hey, that's not a bad summation there, Scott. I think you liked that, right?
Absolutely. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that affirmation. And, with any position I'm going to put on, even if it goes against me, I'm always going to have my risk completely limited, which is why I would be trading a spread here. So I can collect 3. All I can lose is 2 on this particular trade.
Yeah. All right. Up next is Boeing. Obviously, the name that was plagued with so many tough terrible headlines, but really gave it a go towards the end of the year, right? And what was interesting too, the shares were starting to trade higher. The company reportedly restarted the 767 and the 777 production, 3 sevens. And on the Dow, it was a best performer for December. Some of your thoughts on where Boeing could be headed after being down, what, 30% in a year or so?
You know, we've all been waiting for the news flow to stop in Boeing, and that news flow has been decidedly negative, and it's not just this year, it's been, you know, for the last several years. And what we've seen, Nicole, over the last, you know, couple of months, and maybe that's why we're seeing that outperformance in December, is that that news flow has stopped for now. So if Boeing can kind of get out of its own way, and there's still some concerns about sales, but, you know, things are ramping back up again. From a technical perspective here, boy, there's a lot of room to the upside without a lot of resistance. So I really like Boeing for all of 2025. Again, things can change real quickly if, God forbid, you know, something happens there, an exogenous event or something. But I really like Boeing, and in fact, I'm very aggressive with a position for early on in the year. So I'm buying a call spread, pretty aggressive call spread. It's the January expiration 180, 195 call spread, somewhere between $3 and $3.50. And, you know, 190 is probably the next stop on the upside for Boeing. And if it clears through there, boy, I could see 205, 210 by the end of January.
That would be great. I mean, if they can continue to get orders too, right? Right around the end of December, we saw that Pegasus Airlines ordered up to 200 Boeing 737, 710 planes. If they can continue to get orders like that, that would be good news too. Let's take a look, Kevin, at the charts, please.
Well, yes, we did see a fundamental breakdown for Boeing pretty much all year, and the selling just really did not stop because of the news flow here, Nicole. And this one was, once again, kind of orderly when you're looking at the sell-off. We started off right around the highs of around $260, and then we faded ever since. And we utilized that 20-period moving average as an area of resistance pretty much throughout the year. We had the initial flush to the downside, and then a consolidation between May and around July of this year until we saw a further breakdown. But now we actually have flipped this channel line here that we've seen on the bearish side that has now turned into support. We also have broken above the 20-period moving average, which was an area of resistance, now turning into an area of support. We broke through the 200-day moving average, a very key technical indicator for a lot of traders out there. Now we're going to flip that from resistance to support. The first level that is going to be a little bit of a headwind, though, is really where it's trading at right now, $180. And Scott's right. After we break through that, if we are able to, 190 is going to be the next area of resistance.
This is hilarious. I've told you guys here on the stream. This is hilarious. This didn't help Trump win, by the way. It's the trust and doing things.
The same sort of
saying you're going to do something and not doing it is why they are no longer in control, or will no longer be in control.
Help Donald Trump last November. I think if he were to pursue the same thing, there'd be similar repercussions to the American people. I think the American people want to look forward, and I actually think that's what you'll see President Trump do. I think he'll engage in some of the rhetorical battles on this front. But I'd be surprised if he doesn't actually look to try to move the country forward.
A lot of it was then, to be fair, a lot of it was campaign bluster.
That's my belief. Yes, I think that.
So he raised it up that everything that I told you guys, that for the people who have not seen or been around Joe Biden in the flesh, when they say he is okay, this, that, and the third, sure, he doesn't have high cholesterol. He may or may not. He may be healthy. But that doesn't mean, because they're looking at it like Alzheimer's isn't an unhealthy, it's not like it's going to kill you. It just, you're healthy, you're just not there. He's been like this for years, guys. This has been slowly building and building even before he even campaigned to be president. And for the people that won't believe or whatever, He's had a speech impediment, sure, but if you have been around him, you can just, you can see it in front of your eyes. Either you don't want to believe it or you're lying, but it is true. And he just brought up to him that, so all the things that they told everyone about his cognizant decline was a lie. And it was a lie because he wasn't okay. He is going through Alzheimer's, and that he wasn't running the show, which is more than likely true. Sure, if he agreed with it, he signed his pen, this, that, and the third, but he wasn't really doing anything. You know? It was just funny. He brought it up about a really good point.
China's economic growth this year.
So, again, my plate's probably heated up right now. Look, it's going to play again. Nope. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go grab my plate, and then we're going to get into these reaction videos. Look, Tesla back below this level. I'm going to start watching for Tesla. I want to see if we can start putting in a new low by next week. I want to start trying to take this thing. We have a mild level here that you got to watch for at 440, call it 450. Yeah, 450. 450 is a level right there that, you know, you should expect a little bit of support. But part of me kind of wants to try to take this thing back to see if you can put in like a longer term double bottom. If that makes sense. Top left. Right? So here's what I mean. Like if I pan this in a little bit. Right? And then I'm looking for something like this. I'd like to see if we could do this. I'd like to be able to pull it back into here. Maybe like start the bottom a little bit and then like see if it can make another run back up into like 480. That's kind of what I want to see if that we can do. All right. And like I didn't just make this up. The charts are kind of telling me this, guys. And then I'm getting the volume and the price action in and of itself kind of reflecting that. Okay, but the up part, if we find support, if we pull back, you know, then the question is, can you still hold it and continue to be as bullish? So, you know, I think this thing is obviously, I feel like it's in a little bit of a consolidation mode. So, yeah, this would really help out. Yeah, I want to get one more pull. You know, I might not do the short. What I might do is wait for this long to get the play. This could be a really nice long, I got to be honest. Like, this could be a nice long. I just wonder, like, this hour, see this hourly chart, it's just, it's screaming consolidation, but I think we could retest those highs at 488, 490. Nice increase in volume here. Nice increase in volume. Nice little low volume pullback. Again, I'm not saying to be too concerned with, you know, the short time ticks, but playing things out. Because if this starts to bounce, we get the bounce on the 15-minute chart. If we can bounce, then that means the hourly chart, you know, we're going to be, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's just... So let me know, guys, what are you guys trading today? I want to hear back from you. What did you guys trade today? What did you all trade? Let's go take a look at TSM. I'm going to go grab my food real quick. TSM, we'll look at Rumble. So TSM still, that's a good sign. It's still just hanging out here at our zone. It's still a good sign. You know, we got to get back up through there though. Oh, this actually ain't good. That is one big bear flag. Let's see. It's more than likely going to sell off, but I want to see if 203 holds, 204 holds. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to turn CNBC on, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
They've had trouble about this yen. They're job owning, they're complaining, they're deeply concerned about the weakness in the Japanese yen. Yeah,
but they've always
do that.
They have no birth rate. They change their head of their central bank every couple of years. Here's a question. So we know it's cheaper to go to Japan. Good.
Yes.
Does this make them more competitive with Chinese exports?
Exports, yes, but they like having a weak currency, but to a certain point. When it gets too weak, then it spells bigger problems with capital flows, with inflation that they don't want, and it's more headaches, and that's why they're talking it down. It's not working, so they have two options. They can intervene, step in, and actually buy their currency, which they've done in recent sessions on this yen weakness. It hasn't worked. The market fights them and brings them back up to weak levels. Or they can raise interest rates, which they really started to do, but they've been reluctant to do because they're worried about wrecking their economy.
Do we get to see a trade war between China, Korea, and Japan, which may ultimately benefit us? I don't know. It's a real question.
It's always competitive there on the export front, right? And that's why things are happening like Honda entering merger talks, right, with Nissan, because those.
Well, Nissan, we know that's a separate issue.
No, but
Autos,
it's not,
a separate issue.
They're competing with Chinese EV makers that are flooding the world with cheaper EVs.
Let me say, Nissan, are you listening? Just make a car people want to buy.
No, that's part of it. Ever since Carlos Ghosn got arrested, the stock has been lower.
By the way, has he still been stuck at home? Like he got out? I know he can't leave. I know, but I missed that.
Yeah, we had him on Squawk on the Street.
And he can't leave his house.
No, he's wanted for arrest from now Japan. France has been after him. He's on the Interpol red list, but he was very valuable in talking about this merger and the fact that he thinks the government is forcing it, and it's not great.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nissan, just look at what Toyota's doing. Copy that. You're welcome.
I'm sure they're looking to you for advice. No offense.
None taken. Dotashimaste.
No, you know Japanese, too.
All right. Nihongo no kurasu desu. Welcome to Japanese class. All right, time now for a CNBC News update in English. Savannah Hanau has that for us now. Savannah.
Hey, Brian, good morning to you. All right, well, Phoenix police are investigating a Christmas shooting at Sky Harbor Airport that left 3 people injured and another stabbed. This is what they believe to be a family dispute at a restaurant outside one of the terminals. And authorities say the people involved knew each other and a female juvenile has been detained. Today marks 20 years since the Indian Ocean tsunami killed 230,000 people. Survivors and families of victims visited graves and comforted one another across South and Southeast Asia. In 2004, a 9.1 magnitude quake triggered a massive tsunami that slammed Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and 10 other countries. And Russian companies are using Bitcoin to evade Western sanctions. That's according to the country's finance minister. The Kremlin recently allowed the use of cryptocurrencies in foreign trade. Sanctions have significantly hit Russia's trade with key partners such as China and Turkey. Local banks have been cautious with Russia-related transactions to avoid scrutiny from the West, Sarah.
Okay, Silvana, thank you. Yes. When we come back, Netflix with its first NFL broadcast yesterday, how live events continue to play an important role in the company's growth plans. Stock close to doubling this year. Stay with us.
Yes, guys, I'm gonna eat real quick, and I will turn on some Schwab or something, and I'll hurry up and get this. 8, so we can go through what we were going to do the rest of the day, okay?
we really need to see is the return on investment, not so much at the infrastructure build out, because clearly the NVIDIAs of the world, they're making money. But we need to see the Microsofts of the world start to make money on AI in a meaningful way, because they're the ones spending all the money right now. And then as it rolls out through the rest of the industrial complex, we're already seeing evidence of that. And a lot of companies are using it. Frankly, any Fortune 500 company that doesn't have an AI model within their framework is probably going to be looking for a new CEO. It's pretty clearly, it's pretty important. But it will have fit and starts. There'll be times when this does slow down and we'll have to retrench, but it doesn't mean the game is over.
Tell me about the group. When you look at the names in the group, we were looking at AMD just recently, and I mean, it's so underperformed. Intel got slammed. There was a lot of fits and starts, trials and tribulations in the group. Are they all winners? What names stand out to you?
Well, they're definitely not all winners. I think there's a place for AMD. It's probably on the inference side right now. It's the training of large language models that has been, quite necessary, and even the retraining of these models. But as you broaden this out and all these companies use this, then you need inference where you're actually processing a request, whether it's a prediction, you're performing a task. AMD may play a role there. Intel, I don't know. There have been so many mistakes by this company. The company's trying to rebuild. They'll probably be in the rear, but who knows on that. On Broadcom, a little concern on Broadcom. I thought the run-up was actually a little surprising. If you remember when Broadcom reported, initially the stock didn't move much. It was up maybe 1%, maybe down 1%. It was what they said on the call about all the money they're going to make in the future. And that's kind of sucked a lot of excitement away from NVIDIA in the last couple of weeks. But I still think there's a lot of players out here that can make money. Marvell is another highlight. I'm excited about a lot of them. I own a lot of them.
Right, understood. You mentioned Broadcom. How about Marvell?
Marvell is one that we own. I thought that was an amazing quarter. And where their focus right now is in the is really on the networking side. When you think about all these large language models, all in the cloud, they have to talk to each other, and that's where Marvell comes in. Marvell can take their optics solutions and just increase the speed, and that's obviously pretty necessary in a complicated application like AI.
Right, understood. And what's your final thought? Because we talk about the Blackwell chip, they're getting that out for NVIDIA. The demand, how big of a demand we'll see for this, David?
The Blackwell, I'm a layman on this, so I can't tell you what really goes into the Blackwell chip. You'll need an expert on for that, but 485,000 Hopper chips were bought by Microsoft last year. That was double what Meta did. And if Blackwell is what they seem to think it is, and it's going to be a very, very necessary advance in AI and AI compute, I got to believe Microsoft is going to go there as well.
All right, David Nelson, Bell Point Asset Management. Thank you. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Sillis is standing by. He'll look at one of the biggest disruptors of 2024, and that was Palantir. It's fueled by the AI revolution, of course, and Palantir rallied around, 300
viewers globally. That put it right behind Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight. And Netflix also said that it eclipsed peak concurrent viewers of any Christmas in the past 4 years. Now, Oppenheimer estimates that Netflix generated $150 million in ad revenue for the two games. That's the same amount that it cost to license them, that is estimated to cost to license them. Plus, Netflix will have more upside around these games, driving subscriber acquisition as well as retention. Netflix shares are up 87% in the past year, and 2 weeks ago, Oppenheimer raised its price target on the stock to $1,065 as it revisited the bull case for Netflix on live events, saying the company has proven it can be a platform for live events, further unlocking more than 500 million global households. Netflix is continuing its investment in sports, just 5 days ago signing a deal to show the FIFA World Cup in 2027 and 2031 for the Women's World Cup. And in January, Netflix is launching its new WWE shows with its live WWE Raw show airing Monday nights. After Netflix reported that its Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight drew 65 million concurrent streams and 108 million total live viewers, Antenna reported that the fight sparked nearly 1.5 million signups. So with those numbers in mind, we are awaiting numbers from Nielsen on yesterday's game. Those numbers are due out this evening between 5 and 6 p.m. Eastern. But this quarter's subscriber additions will be a key indicator of the power of sporting events to drive growth. And the fourth quarter will be the last quarter that Netflix is going to report subscribers. So it works to shift investors in the media to focus on its profitability. And as advertising, rather than just those sub numbers, become increasingly important, and ads will be an important driver of top line growth. Guys, Sarah?
Is that why the stock is up so much this year? Is it on the bullishness around advertising?
Well, it's this idea that ads serve this dual purpose. First, they allow Netflix to offer a lower price tier. So they can keep some of the options lower in terms of subscriptions. They can reach a wider audience because they can have that lower price tier that's supported by ads. And then they also have the additional upside from the ad business. And they really jumped into the ad business very quickly without having it entirely built out. And it takes a while to get a match between supply and demand in terms of advertising, and also to create the kind of content that advertisers really want to be affiliated with. And we know that advertisers love sports. So there's this huge upside for advertising. And we've seen that this is a company that can...
I have no idea what this was cooked. This turkey was... I don't know what this turkey was cooked with. But I'm going to tell you right now, the aftertaste on this is like so good, and I'm still trying to like pinpoint what it is exactly. I can't figure it out. I don't know what it is. It's not like sweet potatoes, but it's like a sweet. It's really good. That's all I'm gonna say. It's really good.
Joining us now is Ben Silverman, chairman and co-CEO of Propagate, which is a content and distribution company. Ben, it's great to have you. What do you think about Netflix's move into the NFL and the success it's had? Is that a game changer?
I thought they did an awesome job. We all watched it as we were comatose after consuming more food than I think I've ever consumed in my life. But I thought it was a fantastic broadcast. It was seamless. It looked a lot like traditional broadcast. You know, I didn't see a ton of innovation inside how they put it on, including the commercial load, which was a lot heavier than I thought it would be, and the commercials themselves, which were very traditional in their nature. But one thing I'm going to give them a massive compliment on is so often, and as a former chairman of NBC and broadcaster myself, when you buy sports rights, you're also looking to create awareness for your own content. And I thought they did a better job than anyone I've ever seen of weaving in what they want to accomplish with wrestling, weaving in their movie lineup, weaving in their TV series lineup. And it felt more organic and not quite in your face. And I was also so thrown that they allowed so many advertisements from competitors. And I wonder what that conversation was like in the letting Paramount Plus, you know, advertise on our service or not. And that was really interesting to me as well.
Well, CBS, Ben, hey, it's Brian Sullivan. CBS produced the broadcast, so I guess the Paramount sort of niceties were not completely unexpected. I mean, there was some, what'd you call it earlier, friend-shoring, frenemies in there, Ben?
I think that was part of the negotiation where, you know, where we will physically produce this event for you.
I thought it was my AirPods. Let me see here.
Ready in sports content. You know, we were well before Drive to Survive and some of the others, and those doc films helped bring NFL audiences and other audiences to that service, and I think that was a smart way to go. And we'll continue to do those and make those around the world for Netflix, actually.
I would love to talk about God, family, and football.
Watch 204.
You see what I did there? That's one of your.
Let's watch 204 again at 12 o'clock going into this afternoon. We're going to go through some reactions, and we'll also be going through, you know, giving you guys some tips on, like, just letting you guys know some things that I do that maybe you guys can start using. Tips and tricks, I guess you could say. We'll take questions. We'll go over charts. And the majority of it, we're going to get into it when we react to a couple videos. Really, more so one video. A video came up and it kind of, it didn't disturb me. It didn't rub me the wrong way or anything. It was just like, this stuff is so unavoidable. It's so avoidable. And I have to repeat this, but if you literally do not change whatever it is that you're doing and you're getting a result, and you don't make a physical change, you're not going to get anything. You're not going to get a different outcome. If you continuously, you're okay with throwing money at the market and losing money, but find a stream like mine. I prove day in and day out, consistently profitable. I help you, tell you guys everything I do. And if you guys, if you're not willing to even contribute to the stream and sign up for a one-on-one, a contribution to the stream, and again, not to me, but to the stream, automatically signs you up for a one-on-one or a session of some sort. Okay, so if you want to succeed at this going into next year, okay, I would seriously tell you that you really need to think about what it is you're doing. If you want to get to wherever it is you want to be in life, whether that's just stability, a safety net, whatever it is, whatever your picture looks like that you want to use the markets for. In order to get there, because I was going to say, because, there just as much as time in the market, you can't take away the amount of time that I've had in the markets, but there's also parts of that where if you don't get educated, you're not even going to know these things to be able, to use that with time to be able to become a better trader and just investor, whatever, all around. So listen, if you're not doing something different, if you think you're just going to keep throwing money at the markets, you're not going to contribute to the stream, and you're not going to do something different because you just don't want to, you just think that, asking, getting help from someone else is something that's like it makes you cool, or you're too cool for it or too good for it. Don't succeed. I don't care. Don't succeed. But I want people that come here, I want you guys to be able to succeed. And I don't want, this, monthly subscription so that I just get everybody's money and then I use that for the markets and, hey, look at me, here's $1 million trade because I took all of your guys' money and I got my 20% on $1 million. It's like, having your, whatever your net worth is, whatever your income is, using that to, build your wealth. You can even use this stuff and take it to teach someone else if you so choose. That's on you. That's up to you. It's just what I'm saying. We're gonna get in and watch this video. I want to watch TSM here at this level. We're pulling into it now, so I want to see what happens here. If you want to donate a spot for someone else, that's fine too. You know, if you want to contribute, that's all. You know, I'm trying to. I need your guys' help, just like you need my help. We traded Rumble on Tuesday. Just about, you know, it was at least right around 80%. You could have 0 to 80%. That was your range. You got in the trade, you know, even if you got in at 90, 95 cents, your first take was up there around 130, 140. You know, so, and that's for a Christmas Eve trade? Shit. I'd take that out any day. I was surprised that, you know, we had to be patient. You know, we were patient and we did find ourselves a trade. So let's check in here with the markets, guys. The S&P's got above, it looks like we are above the 20-day moving average up here. Okay, it looks like the S&P's got above the 20-day moving average, which is good. That's a good sign. You know, this could still be a wick. We don't know. We have not closed above it. A close above it is a whole nother thing than just being above it intraday. You know, you want to get above it, pull into it, hold it, bang, and then extend. You know, so holding it is key. You don't want to get up there, hold it, and then even then you're still not clear because you could just come in with the gap down just like you did on the Qs. You know? So, looks like the SPY's just going to go ahead and work its way right on up to 602. This could be a nice little area for a trade. Or I'm sorry, 605. What I'm looking at is this pivot high, 602 to 605. But that would be a hell of a... Oh, that's because we came in with a gap down. That would make for an even bigger day. So from the low of day right now, we're up. You know, we are put in right around 0.6, I'd say right around 0.7%. All right, just under 1% of a move. I'm gonna say this. You know, you don't really have anything holding you back. If you can hold this 20-day moving average, you don't have anything holding you back from just having a straight shot to 605, 604. What'd I say, 602? 602 and 605. It's the two levels. It's a nice double bottom. 602.80. And that, I gotta say, that helps. Having crude pulling back, yields pulling back, that really helps. There's 602. There's 602. Here, let's go here. And I'll show you guys this. You gotta keep an eye on Tesla as well. Tesla, TSLA. Feels like this is kind of like slowed up on me for some reason.
LNKS, Linkers, Industrial or Industries, falling here down about 21%.
Damn, Tesla, and then as well as Taiwan Semiconductor, NVDA. Looks like they're not trying to hold. All right, come on! I gotta hurry up. It's crazy. The markets are going. The indexes are trying to go higher, and you know, overall stocks themselves are weak. I'm not going to say weak. They are. You know, there's no real strength to anything I'm looking at. All right. Come on, give me a freaking line there, bro. Come on. Like, look at this. It doesn't want to give me a line right here. What a fucking... God damn it. There should be a line right in between that. That's crazy. Like, there it is. Okay. Now you want to give me a line. This is going to be interesting here, guys. Keep an eye on that 602 zone. Yeah, 602. If you can get above it, pull into it and hold it as support. Something like this. If you get up there, if you can just like get through it and like pull into it, boom. You know, let's see. Let's see what we're doing. Let's zoom in. Okay, so we're up there. We're pulling back. It's a nice pullback. It's a nice breakout. Pull back, hold. Let's see. This is funny. Ah, shit. This is actually kind of funny, seeing us get this break and retest of this 602.50 zone here on the daily chart. You guys can see it. Keep an eye on this possible rejection up here. But again, this candle, actually, the Fed day, it kind of like blocks it. Like it's kind of like a wall that separates this previous support zone. But this is a break coming back in to retest it, so I would just stay with, I wouldn't fight the tide. Stay with it. But just understand that there's a pivot low here, somewhat of like a double bottom right in there at like 602, 602.50, and you know, just be cautious of that. If you're feeling lucky, and look, it's already rejected up there Tuesday afternoon at 602. It's a nice move. It's a really nice move. I'd like to know what is taking the SPY higher. Is it gold, oil? Let's see. What names? Like look at this. Look at the heat map. AVGO, Toyota, Target. I guess that's Starbucks. Yep, S-Bucks. There's not much that's green. This is insane. This is hilarious, actually. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, now it changed. It still feels a little dark, doesn't it? Like everything is flat. CVS, UNH. What is this, SoFi?
Two pieces of good news. Number one is I'll be back tomorrow. That's huge. Lucky you. Number two is that the national average for a gallon of gas is almost under 3, and the cheapest gas in America is in the great state of Delaware. And the most expensive is Hawaii, but that's how it always is.
Wait. Alright, yeah, so there's that. Sorry, guys, I'm just getting tired. I don't know if there's, there's no comments or anything, so part of me is thinking about getting out of here, maybe working on editing a video for you guys, something like that, where I can spend my time wisely. Gonna keep watching TSM. Let me know, guys. Hit the like button for me if you guys want me to stay. You guys want me to go. You don't care.
Markets actually doing a bit of a reverse. They were fractionally lower earlier. Now they're fractionally higher. The Dow up just a tenth of a percent essentially. The S&P just a tick or two above flat. The Nasdaq similar story. And we also want to take a look at some other parts of the market right now. The Russell actually the best performer out of the whole group. It's been positive all session.
I thought the Dow was the best performer. Let's go look at the yield. US 10-year. All right, let's listen to the
4.60 that we have not seen since May of earlier this year, well above the 4.5% mark that a lot of people have cited as something that will put pressure on equities. And I think that's where we have to start. Josh Brown, I'm going to come over to you. Happy holidays over to you. How do you see these last trading days of 2024 playing out? What trends are you watching?
I got to be honest, I don't assign a particularly high amount of importance to the last 2 or 3 trading days of the year. I would actually say that most people have had a great year in the markets. It's been pretty hard to not have a good year. So if you're trading very aggressively on December 30th, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you are either insane, don't have a lot of family, or are drastically underperforming everyone else and need to do something weird in order to catch up. Most normal people have done most of what they plan to do. In my side of the business, which is wealth management, you're going to see a lot of rebalancing take place. And most of that will happen in January.
He said January, not, but listen, we just talked about this morning. You're seeing the Dow and the IWM. You're seeing small rotation. It takes time. It's not going to be continuous. It could be, but he's saying this because he also knows something, that's what it is they're doing. They're starting it now. Names like Apple screaming up too highs. Take a little bit of money off the table as it's screaming, put it somewhere else. That's down on the luck. That's how you work money. That's how you keep your net worth building and growing. But we talked about that this morning, just by looking at where the indexes were in accordance to one another. Where we were able to say, hey, these Dow IWM names, it looks like you're going to see you're starting to see some rotation happen.
NVDA, are we talking Palantir? What areas, if you don't want to go individual names, are you talking about?
What's up, bro? Sorry, I just saw your comment.
Where I think there'll be pressure.
How you doing, man? How was your Christmas?
Yeah, right. I mean, you're saying some people want to trim some positions where they're overweight. So are there sectors or the individual names that you're looking at?
I'm saying the opposite. Frank, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you're going to see big moves after the first of the year, which will be mechanical in nature. There'll be rebalancing trades at wealth management firms, family offices. That the next 2 days, I have no idea.
Is just another
the point I'm trying to make is I don't think you're going to see a lot of activity one way or the other because most people have had a good year and they don't feel the need to push it into the end of December.
All right. Joe, going to come over to you. Looking at these last trading days of the year, is there anything that you're watching as we look at these last days?
So I think there's a very important conversation that we need to have.
Nice, man.
And it's regarding what we're seeing within the market. We'll talk a little bit about January and the January effect as the show develops, because there's some interesting statistics, in particular related to the last 4 years. But Josh used the word several times, people. He talked about people participating on a day like today. This morning, we're looking at the market. I'm looking at the market as an individual. And what I see is a 10-year Treasury yield rising to its highest level in the spring. Well, everything that I've heard now, and the market is under pressure. All 3 of the major indexes are under pressure at this point. And what I've heard over the last 2 weeks is rising yields is really bad for small caps. And what have small caps done? They're down 7% so far month to date, dramatically trailing the NASDAQ and everything else. So I think there's a very strong public service message here for investors. There's more money in the market right now than ever that cares about where the market is at the end of the day.
Nice.
And that is not what the overwhelming majority of people actually concern themselves with.
I'm going to listen to him real quick, and then I'm looking at the scanners now and going through a couple different things.
or 5 years. Algorithms and zero-dated options are dominating the daily price action. And on a day like today, when you see things that seem not logical, like the simple premise that a 10-year Treasury rises to its highest level since the spring, and the one equity size class that should suffer most is actually leading the market higher, you begin to understand what's going on in the markets right now. And I always had the expression, it is what it is. I'm not trying to change the game, but you understand the game.
That's
and if I
not
look at
it at
zero-dated
all.
options today, okay, if I look...
Yields actually pulled back, guys, so don't listen to Joe Terranova. I don't know what he's just talking his book for CNBC. But the truth is here's your 10-year. I'm looking at it right now. All right, we're getting a pullback. All right, it's kind of just like a little bit overdone right now. It's an hourly chart. Let me pull up a 15-minute chart. Okay, 26. So I got to zoom in. This is what it's done today. Sure, it pulled back, put in a higher low, but you know, same for the 30-year. Like that's a double top up there. So he's kind of wrong. Like that's what's been hurting those classes, why they've been selling off for 2 weeks. And like we were saying with banks, with JP Morgan in particular, you know, you start seeing the 30-year and 10-year start to pull back. Expect banks to more than likely pull back. TLT to rise. Like there's so many different hedges you could put on. And what do we see? The Dow and the IWM not doing too bad today. Because there's that feeling that, like, okay, we are getting ready to start topping out here on these yields. I still think the 30-year has a 5 handle left in it. Don't know when that's going to be. That could be next year. Like 2027 next year. Or late 2026, mid 2026. I don't know. All right, I have no idea, but you know, for now, I still think that's a huge W there.
Percent of S&P names were above the 50-day moving average. And so I think that what's going to happen next year, and to kind of build on Josh's point as well, the first 2 weeks of January are the biggest 2 weeks of the year for money going into the market from rebalancing. And so I think that going to your original question, going towards the last few days of the month, the tape is light, the direction should be higher. There's no reason to think that it would be anything to counter that. I think also you're going to get continued momentum into that first 2 weeks of the year, which happens to coincide with the inauguration. But I do think after that, when we do have Trump, we do have his team, I think there's going to be a lot more volatility in like the 3rd and 4th week of January than the first 2 weeks, which I think is going to be excitement moving towards the inauguration. And then number 2, all of the money coming into the market from, to Josh's point, simple rebalancing that happens very mechanically the first 2 weeks of the year.
All right, Jim, I'm going to come over to you. Looking at year end right now, I think it sounds like everybody at the table here is kind of looking ahead to January, but we do want to talk about these last trading days of 2024.
Well, I think I agree with what's been said so far, which is to say that there's a lot of unique, somewhat unnatural forces that occur in the last days of the year. I definitely would not impart too much importance to what happens in these last few days. As Josh pointed out, there's tax loss harvesting, there's deferral of gains. Joe, you made a fabulous point with regards to zero-dated options and what's going on there, moving the markets around on an hour-by-hour basis. If you're in the world that I live in of trying to fundamentally analyze companies and think about what a business is worth, compare that business worth to where share prices are trading, none of that has any bearing on how I would position my portfolio going into the new year. So it's not that I want to punt on the question at all, Frank, but I think all four of us are saying that these last few days of the year are not where fundamental analysts are really making their bones. However, you know, if you look into January and beyond, I will make the case for the 3rd year in a row, and hopefully the 3rd time is the charm, that the rally should broaden. We have a very strong economy. We do have a Fed that is continuing to cut interest rates, regardless of where the 10-year is, Joe. And maybe that's reflecting inflation, and maybe inflation, after a little bit of scare here in December, actually turns out to be just a little head fake and rates come down. I don't know, but what I do know is that the Fed is still cutting interest rates. China's stimulating its economy, needs to do more. Again, from my perspective, which is defined as a fundamental business analyst, I like what I see as far as the broadening of the rally to include the equal weight S&P 500. Bryn, you've talked about that a lot, and small caps. One quick comment on the equal weight S&P 500. It has underperformed the headline index by 14 percentage points this year. 14 percentage points. That's more than last year. I mean, there is something that will cut against what I'm saying, which is passive investing will always feed the largest stocks in the market, and that's where people like me calling for the broadening of the rally may be wrong. But my goodness, at some point this will reverse.
All right, Josh, I'm going to come back over to you. I mean, clearly we all want to talk about 2025. So as we look ahead, Josh, we look at things like the rise of the dollar up more than 4.5% since the election, the rise in bond yields up more than 85 basis points since the election. How do you see that impacting trading going into the new year, and things like earnings? I mean, earnings estimates right now at about 9.5% growth year over year. In your mind, is there a risk of some big companies, especially these multinationals, missing on these estimates and that impact in the market?
I think you have 3 landmines in the first quarter.
We already all know what Josh is going to say. We're about as smart or better than him. Guys, I got to be honest. I could seriously freaking take a nap. I knew this was going to happen. I'm not going to go anywhere, but I'm going to leave the stream up. I'm not really too tired right this second, but I do feel it in me that I could take a nap. So, do you guys want CNBC on? I'll leave it on. I'm going to sit here and just watch a few names. TSM, Tesla, a couple others, just to see if they can... If TSM holds here, I would like to try for a long. I am a little iffy on it. I am kind of under the belief that this thing is just it's just continuing to make new lows. And I don't know if I can trust TSM. Like, I feel like 200, 202, 200 puts are the play. Not the strike price, but that's the target. Again, it's just my opinion. I feel like it tried. It had a beautiful head and shoulders as well. You know, if you look here on like an hourly or 4-hour chart, beautiful head and shoulders, but it really wasn't. I got to take that back. I take it back because it wasn't a head and shoulders. Right here. You know, there's your left shoulder. Here's the head, right shoulder. But it just didn't have the volume where it should be. You had more sellers, you know, come in than I was okay with. So I'll say this. For now, you guys have a good rest of your guys' day. I'm going to leave this up. I will say, if I take any trades, I will let you guys know, and I'll try and post them in the chat. You guys have a good one. I'll see you guys. You too, Brandon.
Without an interruption. This is why the 4 of us are focused on the big rebalances that'll probably happen at some point in January. Because this is what smart investors do. They don't constantly push more chips onto the square that just got hit 27 times in a row. They start thinking about moving their chips into other squares. So I think you'll see rational behavior, at least from my part of the market, asset management, wealth management. Will day traders take NVIDIA up another 10?
You know why he says that? Because he gets daily inflows. We don't, you know, I haven't looked at the inflows and outflows of things, but I don't really need to see the numbers to know what's going on. He's literally saying everything that we said before the market opened. Literally. Literally.
Growth of these options come potentially with the risk of disrupting market structure at some point. Well, there's an article that came out, and I don't remember if it was Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, whomever it was. I'm sorry, maybe it was CNBC, about the intersection between gambling, particularly for young men, and investing. And the data is factual that
it was
a lot of the younger generation.
And this is why today I wanted to get on this topic. It's so ridiculous.
3 of us on the panel, I suspect that that's totally anathema to what we do. I was talking about fundamental equity analysis before. It has nothing to do with gambling. It has to do with an intellectual pursuit of trying to find $1 worth of value selling for 50 cents. However, to your point, Joe, it's real. I mean, I'm not sitting here excusing it or wishing away. What you're talking about with zero-dated options has nothing to do with analysis at all. It has to do with rolling the dice, only it's not in a back alley.
Well, really quick, it was the Wall Street Journal. By the way, I believe it was Gunjan Banerjee, and it is a pretty fascinating story. But Josh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
From Wall Street Journal wrote this.
I would say that the impact of 0 days till expiration options trading and the options speculation bubble in general amongst men in their teens and 20s has a much bigger impact on the real estate market in Miami than it has in the stock market structurally. I don't think it. I think it matters on a day-to-day basis, but I don't think it changes valuations or the way investors are behaving. I think it's noise that we need to tune out. It has a huge impact on Brickell. Ken Griffin is the beneficiary of all this gambling. He is the proverbial house. He was able to buy a 54-story glass tower in Miami's new financial district. Then he bought an office tower, 1221 Brickell.
I wouldn't call it, I'm sorry, I would not call it gambling. I would call it lack of respect for your own money that you should just be giving to someone else anyway. If you're not going to respect the money, give it to somebody that will. You know? And that may sound a little harsh, but if you don't, if you're out there doing that, you know, it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to ride the roller coaster of, you know, assuming that you're just guessing along the way and that you get a couple right so you stay in the game, but in the long term, you're just losing more than you're making and you're never going to get ahead. You're going to go, you know, you're just going to have to keep putting money back in the ATM, not taking money out. All right, we want to take money out the markets. I'm telling you right now, get in the link, send a contribution, get a hold of me. So in any order, set up a one-on-one. Set up a one-on-one session. I'm telling you, there's a lot of information that I may be able to help you with on some things that I do to help me stay consistently profitable and the things that I do to manage the days where it's not going so well. All right? Having an understanding of where you should, first off, you know, if opportunity is going to present itself, of course, it's not that you're going to know, but there are things that you can use to say, all right, it looks like, you know, here it's probably going to be an inside day, and then here I mean like in the overall markets. All right, maybe it's not an index trade type of day. Maybe it's not a bank or a tech or an NVIDIA type of day. Maybe it's, you know, something else, or maybe it's nothing. Maybe, you know, the market's moved for 2, 3, you know, even 2 weeks and just ripped, and now it needs a breather and it's going to consolidate. Then there's, you know, small caps. You know, it's like not only navigating, but learning how to navigate, learning how to, you know, get started. Not just starting off with Tesla and just losing it. Guys, there's a video we got to react to. Let's react to it. Let's do it.
Japan started to...
The hell with it. Because, like, I don't like this because then if politicians get ahead of it, a hold of this stuff, and if enough people start screwing up, then politicians are going to come after the markets and brokers, guys. You saw what they did in 08. You know, for everybody that's still under PDT rule, you are, you know, in a sense, the beneficiary of the government thinking you don't have enough responsibility to take care of yourself. So they're going to start building parameters so you can't get hurt too bad or that it takes enough time. And I don't want that to happen. Because, again, just because you trade daily options doesn't mean it has to be a gamble. Just like understanding, and I don't do it often, but just understanding if you're long JP Morgan or you're long the Dow, maybe you put, a quarter of that in something else that, has the adverse effect, so that, if something goes wrong, you have protection there. And that protection can also pay you and keep you profitable. No, kind of like no matter what. Worst case scenario, you made small money. If you didn't take it, it's a break even, very small loss. I don't know. It's just Gunjan wrote this, and I don't like it. I think a gamble is you put your money on something. It's either it wins or it loses. Like you're waiting in hope. Oh, I hope I win. I hope I win. Am I gonna win? Am I gonna win? Like that's not it at all. Like it's just crazy. So, and if you're somebody, some of these videos that I'm about to, the video I'm about to show, if that's you, I'm telling you, sign up for a one-on-one. You're only doing yourself a disservice if you're willing to throw money away in the markets, but not contribute to a stream, somebody that's trying to work hard, and help the audience and other people be able to get ahead in life. And you're not willing to put in the time or energy, continue to fail. Because it already shows right off the bat that you're not willing to make the change you need to make. You're still doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting different results. And you're crazy. That's the definition of crazy in a sense. Is if you're doing the same thing, expecting a different result, you're crazy. Why would you? You should be getting the same result. The same result is failing. There's obviously something that you guys are doing. Not, if it's not you, it doesn't pertain to you. I'm just saying there's something that you guys are obviously doing that you shouldn't be doing, or you're doing it wrong to not be consistently profitable. Is it hard? Kinda. The only part for me would be to say it gets hard when you start to put too much size that you can't handle. It is kind of difficult, but it's really not. It's really not. Again, if I could I wish I could, but I just feel like I need help with the stream. I need some likes. I need some subs. There's so many different lessons that I would love to just, I could just start anywhere with this. Even just from the beginning. The most basic, best advice that I'll give you guys, stock selection. But more so, there's so much psychology into that, and other things like what we saw with TSM this morning. We saw this thing shoot up off the bell, which we called. We said, hey, this is a nice setup. We were watching it earlier this week. But then it immediately took it right back. That whole move just took it right back. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Psychologically, that tells you these people were in a hurry to start getting rid of that. So now the question is, do these sellers step down? And I got to tell you, after this move, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Part of me thinks we're going to get back down to 202, if not 200. Maybe even we get a gap fill. It's just my opinion. Now again, like a lot of these things, if you aren't told to look at it this way, you're never going to know how to. This is why I can't stress, but it goes a long way. It goes a long way to have an hour to 2 hour session, for 75, $50. That at the end of the day goes to the stream and will go to the viewers. It goes right back into the education for others and yourself. I actually might look up and try to start making phone calls. So you know what, we can go through so many stuff. If you guys can just get me to 20 likes, 5 subscribers, I'll do everything for free on here. I mean, this is just one little piece to the puzzle. It's just one, this is the tip of the iceberg on stuff like that. The psychology in which things happen and how they happen tells you, the trader, a story that most people fail because they don't get, like, the story is being told and you guys like watching me and stuff, but then like other people are losing money because they're not fully understanding what's going on. Again, I think if you guys went out there and did a poll, if you asked most new to relatively new retail traders what moves an asset, they probably wouldn't be able to pinpoint what exactly moves that asset. I mean, I guess they could. There was... I feel like there's something that I was thinking about, and it was along those lines, and I forgot what it was. But I think people really... I wouldn't say that they wouldn't understand why, or they don't know why an asset moves, but I don't know how much they... I don't know. I'm just... I hope you guys keep your expectations in line. I hope you guys do what's right, because I want you guys to be able to be successful and be able to get whatever picture you have or whatever it is that you want to get out of the markets, you guys can do it. I'm going to tell you guys right now, you guys have a really good opportunity right in front of you. You've got a really good opportunity. You guys know me. I don't do I mean, it's not that I don't do strategies, but it's... I don't know. There's a way to do things and there's a way not to do things.
Company had credit news out earlier. A loan of $20 million.
I'm so curious what's going to happen here. I'm so curious. I'm really curious, you guys. This could get good. This could start to get good here. Oh shit, my camera's off. Hold on 1 second.
LNKS, more lows now.
And I got to get a haircut and shave. I was trying to hold off for Penn State to see if they could win before I shaved and got a haircut, but it's just like getting to me now. I'm just like, all right. They'll probably end up losing. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it farther than most people think, the way that their schedule is, but I got to clean myself up.
CTM, another pop here, $1.15. Charlie Tango, Michael. Shares on Castellum up about 19%.
I'll let you guys know again what it is that I do if I get into a trade, okay? Hit that like button for me, please. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Tell a friend. Share this with a stranger. Share it with a friend, a family member, whatever. Again, I'm working really hard to get this 2025. You know, I want to build every day on this stream. Build the audience. Build the performance of my trading. Build on the actual quality of the stream every day. I want to achieve a little bit more. And I'm going to do something different each day to make sure I get there. Something that I hope you guys do as well. I'm going to tell you guys right now, there is nothing that... The markets have over $21 trillion in them. Get in the circle. Get in the circle. First, you got to learn how to circle how they... You know,
welcome back to halftime. You see the Dow just trying
how
to
it works.
Stay in green right now this week.
Right,
We're looking
TSM
at all
is
the
a
Wall Street top stock picks for next year. 3M, Amazon,
really good
and Dell are
example.
Some of the names on the UBS list. Josh, we're going to start with you. You own 3M.
I do. I think this is like the second or third inning of a really big turnaround story. I don't have a ton of industrial exposure, but this is something that I identified as a technical breakout. And the more I looked at the fundamental drivers as to why it was breaking out, the more I wanted to convert it from a trade to a longer-term holding. And that's what I've done, and it's been rewarding so far. I think I'm in the stock like 103 or 104. So I'm going to stick with it. I do have a stop loss here at much lower levels,
This is why
just in
I
case
hate,
things
like,
change. But I do think there's a ton of potential.
They have
for this
things in
business
like
going
the
forward.
worst place.
When you talk about cyclicals
They really
overall,
do.
are you concerned at
You
all
accidentally
since we saw
click on
that
something
hawkish cut
wrong,
by
you
the
could
Fed
just
that,
like
industrials have been
could
lower
really
overall,
it could really
and the
ruin
cyclical
your
trade
day
overall is just kind of
because things
unwound?
are just like in the worst place.
No,
Like
not
you
really.
can't
I
lock
don't
your
think,
indicators
the
and stuff like
relationship
that. So if
between
you set it
interest
all
rates
up
and the
and
real
size it the
economy
way
is
you
as
want,
well understood
you go
as a
to
lot of
like
other
auto
people,
zoom to like
seem to
refresh the
feel.
page,
We just had
and then
100
auto ranges
basis
right below it,
points
and you
worth of
accidentally
interest
hit
rate
it.
cuts,
It's
and
taking
the yield
all
on the
your
10-year is
like
up
everything that
100
you
basis
did. It's
points.
putting it right
Somebody
back,
has
and
to
there's no
explain that to
lock
me. I'm
button
not sure
for
how
it
that's
to lock
possible,
everything.
unless
So it's like
the
damn.
relationship isn't quite the same as we think it used to be. I think higher rates have actually acted as a form of stimulus. I look at wealthy households and their willingness to consume going higher as rates have risen, and that's not how the textbooks taught it. So I'd be reticent to point out any sort of linear correlation between industrial stocks and the overnight interest rate.
All right, let's move on. Look at another one. Dell. Bryn, you're in this name. Shares up more than 50% year to date.
Yeah, so Dell, I think Dell is a really interesting name. Dell, to me, as a story, is more the parts are greater than the sum. For next quarter earnings, which are February of 2025, the street's looking for 10 and 14% revenue and earnings growth. But underneath the hood, their infrastructure solutions group
Again,
is
I am
where
tired,
people
so
are
I do
buying Dell.
apologize.
That is their networking, their servers. That's where they're getting data center growth, and they had 38% growth. And so when I look at this company, you're going to continue to see
I wonder if we can go back and
that
retest
ISG group
207.
be a larger and larger
Let's see.
part
Here it
of the
goes.
earnings. Right now,
We're going
it's
to find
about
out right now.
30%. And so I think long term, as we continue to build out data
We're
centers,
gonna find out
which
right
Vertiv has
now
told you,
what's
Microsoft's
going on
told
here
you,
with
Oracle's
TSM.
told you, Dell is going to continue to be a participant, especially as that ISG
Hide
group
study. You
becomes
see
a
what I'm
larger
saying?
and
You
larger part,
accidentally
and the
clicked the
PCs
wrong thing.
continue to be a
I don't even know
smaller
how that happened.
We're going to keep going on
Honestly.
this UBS list. Amazon's another name on that list. Jim and Joe, you both in this name. Jim, start off with you. Your view on Amazon.
Relatively new to the name, having started it, built the position in February through May. It had actually, at that time, the same price as it was 3 years earlier, so I had it at a much cheaper price, which made me happy. I mean, there's so many superlatives to say about the stock. If you think retail is going to do well,
GFL. This was actually a
strong and interest rates lower and credit card costs go down, guess what? Amazon's going to benefit. If you think hyperscalers are going to turn to profitization, eventually that's going to lead to more monetization for Amazon Web Services. You've got logistics. You give out other moonshots. I know it's applicable to Alphabet, but really, what are you going to say negative about Amazon? The momentum's there. The fundamentals are there. I frankly think the valuation's attractive.
Yeah, the cloud story is very compelling, but I think also when you think about sentiment and positioning,
I don't know if we got halted or what.
This is one of the mega cap names that was somewhat
Said something. I have
unloved
to
a year
look.
ago. And it was warranted because it had the relative underperformance to the others. More recently, and I think it's been in the second half of the year, you've seen momentum build. And now, arguably, it probably has the strongest momentum when you measure it against some of the other mega caps. So it's got a good fundamental story, and that's now being supported by a reversal in what was muted sentiment and muted position.
All right, we do have to go. I want to ask both of you very quickly. Concerned at all about the labor issues that Amazon's starting to see? Very small. It's about, I believe, single digits of its workforce, but it seems to be a uptrend.
I mean, pay attention to it. It's not worrying me right now. It could be a worry. Look, this is happening across many of corporate America. Look at what's happening with Starbucks. Obviously, unionization there is starting to bite. Still, that stock's been on a tear since Brian Nichols came in. I think this is something that you keep your eye on, but it's surmountable.
All right, we got to leave it there. Shares of Amazon pulling back almost 0.5% right now. All right, time now for some headlines with our Pippa Stevens. Pippa, happy holidays.
Hey, Frank, a U.S. official
So
tells
sad.
NBC News there
Fucking
are early indications that
shooting
the
down a
Azerbaijan
plane with 38
Airlines flight
fucking
that
people
crashed
on
over
there.
Kazakhstan
If
yesterday
they in
was hit
fact
by a
did that,
Russian
it's
anti-aircraft
fucking sick.
system.
I'm so fucking
The
tired of
Kremlin has
Russia's
warned
fucking
against
bullshit,
such
man.
speculation about the flight,
Vlad
which
just
was
needs to
diverted
fucking
for
call
unknown
it.
reasons
Just
before
give it a
crashing
fucking
in
break,
Kazakhstan,
dude.
killing 38
Give it a
of
fucking
the
break.
67 passengers aboard. Investigators are
Even
still
if you
trying
get
to
Ukraine,
determine
what are you gonna do?
caused the
What the
crash.
fuck you gonna do with
Author
it?
and
Nothing.
former Democratic presidential candidate
Nothing.
Marianne
What are you gonna grow
Williamson
crops?
is launching a bid to become the next chair of the Democratic National Committee. In an announcement
Fucking
today,
screw that
Williamson
up,
said
too.
that she believes she could, quote, bring a level of expertise to the role. She joins a wide field of candidates, including former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley and the Democratic Party chairs from Minnesota and Wisconsin. And Pope Francis made a visit today to one of Italy's largest prisons, opening his Holy Year at Rome's main prison with a message of hope to the inmates and involving them in the church's Jubilee Year, a tradition that goes back to 1300 and currently occurs every 25 years. Frank, back to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you very much. Our Pippa Stevens back at CNBC HQ.
I got it. After
Coming up
all
next on
that.
On the buyback boom, it's been a record year for share
Do not wanna
repurchases.
edit.
Our Bob Pisani is standing by with why 2025 could see an even bigger buyback blitz. More halftime right after this break.
This store doesn't have agent force, so an AI agent didn't tip off the status as to what I might actually wear. Yes. Ooh, that's a commitment. Hey, bud, what do you think? No people can see you out here. Love you too. Agent force helps retailers prevent fashion fails. It's what AI was meant to be.
To go further, you need to be ready for what's down the road. As energy demand continues to rise, we are harnessing breakthrough innovations to increase production in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico. Our latest deepwater development, Anchor, produces previously inaccessible oil and natural gas, allowing us to deliver the energy we all need today so everyone can follow their own road. That's energy in progress.
You make good choices. It's a trait that runs deep. Like to step into big shoes and still walk on your own path. With ambition like that, you need someone who elevates advice to a craft. At UBS, we match your vision with insight and expertise to shape a unique outcome for you. Advice is our craft.
BCG $5.53 now. Buying a Capital Group 168%. Bravo Charlie Golf.
The daily destination for advanced technical analysis, trading and hedging strategies, and data-driven asset research. Actionable information to trade on. Market Navigator, Power Lunch, 2 Eastern. Sponsored by Charles Schwab. Trade brilliantly.
And we're back on halftime. It has been a record year for buybacks. The boom is showing no signs of letting up going into 2025. Bob
always, 2024 not only brought a record year for the S&P 500, but
brilliantly.
a record year for executed.
And we're back on halftime. It has been a record year for buybacks, and the boom is showing no signs of letting up going into 2025. Bob Pisani is following the money for us. Bob, happy holidays. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Frank, as always. 2024 not only brought a record year for the S&P 500, but we are on the verge of a record year for executed buybacks as well. Let me show you the numbers. We don't have the full fourth quarter numbers yet, but we have estimates. And based on the estimates I'm seeing, we'll get about $947 billion in total executed buybacks this year. That is still a record for the calendar year, but it is shy of the fabled goal of $1 trillion. I don't think we're going to hit it, but we're awfully close here. So this historic trends with buybacks is going to continue into 2025, I think. So remember something about buybacks. They're mostly concentrated in a handful of very large cap tech, bank, and energy stocks. So the biggest buyback monsters, here they are. Apple, $100 billion. Alphabet, Meta, NVIDIA also on the list. But you also see companies like Exxon on the list. They've been big buyback monsters for years. Wells Fargo is on the list. JP Morgan's in the top 20 companies. So the top 20 are really the ones that matter. They executed about half of all of that $918 billion in buybacks in the 12 months ending in September of this year. And again, we don't have the fourth quarter numbers yet. Also, remember something, Frank. Corporate America is also paying a 1% tax on these buybacks. So here's the estimate. S&P is estimating $8.5 billion in taxes on these buybacks is going to be paid in the 12-month period ending, again, September 2024. That's about 0.5% of the total operating profits for the S&P. So the way to look at it is this buyback tax is costing corporate America about 0.5% of their total profits. For 2025, the most important thing you all know, cash flow. Cash flows remain strong for corporate America. So I anticipate, at least in the first half of the year, buybacks will remain strong. After that, you get into some valuation questions, Frank, that are very interesting for some of these companies. Apple, of course, with the highest valuation of anybody, some question about whether they should keep buying back stock at these kinds of levels. But they show no sign at all of letting up. They have been reducing their share count for many, many years now. Frank?
All right. Record year for buybacks. Probably not going to hit that $1 trillion, but still a record year. Bob, thank you very much. Our Bob Pisani. Joe, going to come over to you. I mean, interesting stat, 0.5% of profit. That's the only tax, impact of these buybacks. But obviously, buybacks generally push stock prices higher.
Well, you've got 4 mega cap names, though, that are 30% of the overall buybacks for 2024. And I don't think valuation is going to stand in the way of a company like Apple continuing to buy back their stock. I don't see why these mega cap companies won't continue in 2025, actually, to buy back their stock. Apple has proven that they like to be a company that is allocating strongly to shareholders in the form of buybacks. They are less inclined to go out and do significant acquisitions, and I can't see that changing in 2025. So I think the setup's a good one, but again, understand it's being funded by a narrow, isolated set of companies.
All right, there we go. Coming up next on Halftime, year-end report card, look at Bryn's winners and her losers as we close out the year and how she's playing those same names into 2025. Hot Halftime back right after this.
Everyone has goals and dreams, and everyone deserves a way to get there. Wherever you're going, getting there starts here. State Street. Invest in your future with SPY, the world's most traded ETF.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Don't wait while memory and thinking issues pile up. These issues may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain.
PHUN Funwear, making new highs now, $5.39.
The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may
24%
have.
PHUN.
Visit amyloid.com for additional information.
All right, I'm going to look, see what options, what side of the chain and where at.
investingandtradingco.com.
And welcome back. It's time for our halftime year-end report card. We've already graded Josh, Joe, and Jim. Bryn, it is your turn. Let's start with one of your big winners, Palantir.
Yeah, so obviously it's been a great year. Palantir went into the name around 24, had no expectation in any universe that it would end at 82. I think from a revenue to earnings, this is the most expensive stock in the market. Next year, before earnings, I'm going to reduce the position. I know I'll probably get a lot of hate from some of the Palantirians out there. Love the name long term. They're growing revenues and earnings around 30% for next quarter. I think that probably increases, but I still think the stock, there's a lot of options activity in this as well. So when we get to the new year, I'll be reducing part of the position just from I think a rational perspective.
Goes.
All right, but we also have to talk about one of your losers this year, BHP, down more than 25%.
Yeah, so I'm sticking with this name. BHP, if you don't know, it's an Australian-based commodity company. They do coal, copper, and iron. And I'll just say China, China, China. The stock is down from a price return 27%. It's got around a 6% yield, so let's say 21% total return. So I'm going to keep it. They're one of the best in the space. If we get any recovery in China, Albemarle, BHP, FCX, these will all be beneficiaries. So I'm going to keep it as like a contrarian trade next year, not give up on the name just because the price didn't go in my favor.
All right, looking at shares of BHP, pretty much flat today. Coming up next on halftime, the big debate. What's the next stop for Bitcoin, 200,000 or 50K? The surprising new results from CNBC's Delivering Alpha survey. They're coming up next.
LNKS Linkers, more lows now, $3.51, down right now about 58%. Leaving up another kilo of Sandy.
Providers to prioritize care and improve margins. The way for patients to have clarity and trust. The way to care for healthcare payments. Waystar, the way forward.
Why are stock investors willing to fly across the country to get our new book and learn how to trade options? Because our option strategies teach you how to identify superior trades like this. They're beginner-friendly, cost-effective, and help reduce market risk. Join investors nationwide who are discovering that if you want better returns than trading stocks alone, it's not an option. Claim your free copy while they last at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com. We ready? I didn't even get a new phone.
Is
you're blocking the road.
Oh no! Our boy with the Gyardo that's modified is.
You're blocking the road.
go. They got 4 cops out of the street.
Everyone off the street, let's go. Let's not make this already.
Cars off the street or they're going to get towed.
Let's not get any more people off the
Move
street.
them now. Get these cars out of the street or they will be towed.
That makes sense, actually. You don't really want to park here. All right, well, we're just walking down because I want to check on Bryce. He's the guy who's brought the Gallardo before over by the HQ. Really nice kid. And he's not a kid, but really nice guy. And I just want to make sure he's good.
They got him.
Because, well, yeah, there's like a bazillion cops down here. So I'm not going to get in the way or anything. I just want to make sure he's, you know, being treated at least respectfully. We'll give him a call and see if he's doing okay. See if he'll answer his phone. How you doing? Just look right. I'm right here. To your right. Yeah. You don't know your rights from your lefts. How you doing? What are they saying? Oh, really? Yeah, I'm curious to know. So they haven't, hold on. They haven't said a word?
Yeah, they just asked for my stuff, yeah, insurance and registration. Gave it to them and walked away, so.
All right, well, hey, I'm here if you need a hand or if you need an attorney or anything. I know a couple, so.
Okay, yeah, I have no experience with this, so anything would help.
Well, just be really polite and learn that there's no point arguing with them here because they can come up with a million things probably with your car to, you know, obviously write tickets for. So this is just be polite, be respectful, and take whatever tickets or whatever they give you, if they give you any, and basically go and get an attorney after to deal with it that way.
Okay.
So just yes sir, no sir. Don't answer any questions. If they ask you anything about your car, you do not have to answer anything. You can just say, my attorney has told me not to answer any questions. You're not liable to say anything other than, yes, you have a valid driver's license, yes, you have insurance, and that's it.
Okay.
All right?
All right, thank you. Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Call me if you need anything.
All right.
Okay, bye.
All right, sounds good. All right, bye.
Okay. Wow. Wow, that car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, our boy Jaeger, Mr. Bryce, and his epic car has caught themselves in a bit of a pickle with getting the attention of these officers. And it is wild to me that there is 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles, and around, I would say, how many officers is there? 6? 6 for a traffic stop. And he didn't do anything, like legitimately. He basically was driving by the 7-Eleven car meet, and they were all on the opposite side of the road, and when they saw him, they went ripping up. So we'll see what happens, but it appears they are definitely looking into the back of this car. So we're gonna see what he's pointing at stuff.
By the way, the title is to this. They wonder why people are moving out of California. You wonder why people are moving out? It's this right here.
They're all pointing at it. They're like, oh no, this guy's smiling. Smiles. Lots of smiles, ironically. This guy with the ticket book's not smiling though. So now they're just chatting. This is an interesting situation. I've never seen so many officers for one vehicle citation, allegedly. I don't know what exactly is going to be the outcome of this, but we're going to sit here and document everything and respectfully stand our distance. We're about 15 feet away from the officers right now. The motorcycle's just idling here, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4 police cars and a lot of flashlights to inspect on the side of the street this car, allegedly. So Bryce is just chilling inside, probably wanting some answers as to what's the outcome of this. Now, I don't remember if this car has California registration or if this is an out-of-state car. There are a lot of cars down here in California where we are right now that have out-of-state plates, and obviously those cars can have various modifications that a California car would not be allowed to have. There's also different types of registration. So there's actually California registration for dealerships. So depending on the type of plate you're on, a dealer plate also has different rules and regulations. A mechanic's plate also has different rules and regulations. And there's also like show and display type of registration. So again, lots of options here, but this guy is currently on a device doing something. The motorcycle officer talking on his radio. We will document this, you guys. Let's stick around and see what happens. I also know the gentleman in the car, the owner, so when we have the clear to walk up and approach the vehicle, I will, and we can ask him what the outcome of all of this will be. But a lot of debating. Well, what appears to be the officer with the helmet on is, I don't know if he's texting or what he's doing. Checking Instagram, maybe making a post quickly about this epic Lamborghini. What do you think his caption would be if this officer took a photo and posted it on his personal Instagram? Got him? He's currently scrolling. You can see him, his thumb scrolling. Look at that. He's doing something. Now he's typing. I'm not gonna lie, the iPhone technology is insane. You can zoom right in. Again, more flashlights, visual inspection by this officer. He's quite intrigued. He's the most intrigued out of anybody here. Now they can look at your car, but they cannot touch your vehicle. That would require a search warrant, I believe, or some type of a warrant. This thing is an impressive machine. Engineered, designed by the owner himself. All custom suspension, custom, obviously, turbo placement, wing, wheels. It's really cool. Very well known in SEMA for being one of the most badass Gallardos on planet Earth. But they are still chatting away here. He's pointing at a lot of different stuff. Shaking his head. And we have another one. We have this BMW getting pulled over right now by another officer. The block is hot tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The block is hot tonight. All right, we now have the officer here with the motorcycle. Let's see if we can zoom in and see what he's looking at here. It's hard hard to tell what that is. Oh, here we go. Here's the whole crew about to drive by. I'm so curious. Can't quite get it. I do wonder what it is. And it looks like the officer has made some type of a decision to reapproach the vehicle. So they're asking him, I think, to step out of the vehicle. Oh, they are.
What a fucking douchebag. So when they say you're free and that you own your own stuff,
That's interesting.
that's the state doing this, not the cop. That's the cop, but the state that's enforcing.
I mean, man, it looks like they're reading him his rights, but at the same time, you can't arrest him for anything. Or he's just explaining that they're gonna take his car, maybe. I don't know. It's all very interesting. I hope it's nothing too serious, and this is all just a really big pep talk. That sounds good. These look like tow truck drivers to me. That looks like a tow truck driver. Is there a tow truck down here? Is there a tow truck down there? Oh, there is.
Right there. Flatbed too.
Flatbed tow truck. Well, that doesn't look good. Yeah, this officer, I can hear him a little bit. You guys aren't going to be able to hear this because they got the bike obviously running right here and there's a lot of background noise, but this officer is explaining to him that he can't have certain modifications on his car, and he's just going over everything. So I think he was literally just brushing up on the law and the book so that he could read them word for word specifics. But I have a bad feeling at this point that these gentlemen are here because they are going to take this beautiful Gallardo and I think impound it. Do anything? You just pulled up?
Oh, apparently I didn't, because I looked, there's no U-turn at that light. I literally looked at the light to see if there was a no U-turn, and there wasn't, but he said that there's a sign there, so.
Oh, so you did a U-turn? You're
Yeah.
saying that was what triggered it?
Yep.
Revving their engine, popping everything as they're coming in.
Sorry.
But there's no sign there. And if it's not painted on the street, you can't charge it for him. So he needs to go take pictures of it. Or I should say he should have.
Man,
It happens.
it can happen. These guys seem like they were pretty polite.
Yeah, yeah.
Super professional.
Yep. So.
These guys too with the tow truck are really cool. They're all open to like making sure your vehicle gets towed in a way that
Yep.
you feel like respected.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. So that was my biggest concern. It's just like,
Of course.
that it doesn't get damaged to the impound. Yeah.
Of
so.
course, bro. You put so much time and energy into this thing, so.
Yeah.
But it seems like everybody's like, obviously aside from the state rep, everyone's at least working with you.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
absolutely.
a fucking joke.
Yeah. Did you ask if you could back it up? They probably said no, hey?
Well, it's easy because I can just grab the car and they can just pull it up with a winch.
Oh, you got the tow hook.
Yeah, well, there's the frame of the car. It's all exposed, so I can reach it really.
There you go.
Yeah.
It is very exposed.
Yep.
They got a lot of photos.
Yeah, I know. I bet. Yeah.
I was watching them.
Yeah.
The whole time they were at the back of your car while you were inside, there was like 5 officers, all with flashlights, taking various photos, and you know, to be honest, a bunch of them walked away smiling and just being like, "That thing's nuts."
Yeah, it's like kind of you know, they feel like there's just so many people they have to follow the rule. They couldn't let me go. There's just too many people witnessing it. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, no.
I get you.
You know, I always give them benefit of doubt.
Here is safety. That's our main priority, right?
Well, good for you.
I could really care less if somebody has a loud exhaust. That's not a safety concern, right? But when people start doing stuff they're not supposed to, that's when we start. That's when we start having
Well, I was just, yeah, obviously when it gets, so I'll have to talk to you about.
Those couple cars that were parked.
Yeah.
We're telling them that
For sure.
people just are rude.
Yeah, and I get it, man. You guys are trying to do the right thing.
Have you ever gotten your car
organizing
towed?
something the right way.
For years.
Oh yeah, I got my car towed because allegedly I didn't have a
clientele.
driver's
It's not
license that
necessarily
I
you
did
guys.
have.
It's the people that end up
Which was
coming.
BS.
So one
That
person
ticket got
invites
thrown
another
out, and I
person,
got my
invites
car the
another
next day,
person.
but in
and
the
then it
moment,
just
like I
goes,
told you,
and
Yeah.
you get a bunch
you can't
of people
argue.
that
Oh yeah,
maybe
yeah.
you didn't
Like,
want there.
they have a
right? And that
badge, a
kinda
gun,
ruined
and like
everything
a
else.
lot of friends.
The
So
culture and
be
everything,
polite,
law-abiding.
deal with
They
it
may
in
have
court,
aftermarket
deal with it
accessories.
after the fact. But there's nothing you can do
Oh yeah,
here
yeah, yeah.
to win that argument.
I'm not trying to be on the news for running from the police, so.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. All you did was allegedly a U-turn,
Yeah.
and then, well, clearly your car's modified, so.
I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. Like I said, we got nothing
It
against
is
the
what
car
it is.
culture. That's
Yeah.
not our thing. We're not trying to mess up any
I
of
know
the
the
cars or anything
risks,
like that. We just want to make sure
you know,
everything's
right?
So.
That's our biggest thing.
This isn't a 30-day, right? Or is it?
No, it's
Get
not
it done before then. I was like,
January?
oh.
Yeah,
But
January
no,
of
it
this
was
year,
a.
man.
Yeah.
You hear him? He sounds like a clown. We're just here to make sure everything's good. Everything was good until you took somebody's fucking vehicle. You want a safe, sound place? Or whatever, what have you? Don't start doing this, because that's when you can start disrupting the citizen. That's when you could really get somebody teed off and start having innocent people and innocent bystanders start getting hit and things happen where you, the state, created a scenario. You know, a lot of the states on the East Coast outside of New York, you know, that I've seen, there's a couple, but a lot of them don't act like this. You know, you could get a ticket for it and go get it fixed, but what's impounding it going to do? You don't have rights to that vehicle, so what are you going to do? Write them a ticket anyway to get it fixed? Give it back to them? Alright, TSM, guys. TSM. I think it might be a little too late to short it. But Two oh five. 205.
So yeah.
Almost a year.
Fucking guy.
So yeah, that's all
they're
on
just
me.
towing it?
Yeah.
Why are they towing it?
Cause
Bro, no way. What did you do? You don't have tags?
No, apparently not. I thought it did the whole time.
Apparently not?
Apparently not. I don't.
Bro, this guy can build a
I
car,
was
but he can't
wondering,
register.
like, I knew there had to be like some stolen parts, something going on, because I'm like, bro, they're not just gonna take it for modifications and then just give it back. Like, I knew something was going on. I was like, man, I wonder if it's stolen parts, or there's apparently, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking it was like stolen parts. Like, not that he stole them, but if you bought them online and there's like certain parts of the turbocharger or something that was bought that was reported stolen with a part number and it's on the vehicle, I was thinking that's what it was.
Like, they usually send you the stuff in the mail, so it's not like, you know, if I get it in the mail, I read, you know, and I...
Everybody's made that mistake by accident. Well, I'm not gonna lie, that sucks.
Yeah. So when you said that, I was like, well, I deserve it, you know.
No 30 days.
Okay. Damn.
That's good. At least it's not 30 days.
The video they
get it out
put
tomorrow.
Yeah. Just that big thing.
It's open tomorrow, but after tomorrow, they're not open Saturday or Sunday, so then they would be sitting over the weekend. So you'll definitely want to get them tomorrow.
It's kind of funny. Hopefully everybody is okay. This sucks. But I was just thinking, what video are they going to upload? And I wonder how long they've been saving this video. Bummer of an upload, but it's okay. We can't ask for much because they upload every day.
Yeah, he'll have the card. And then also the sign. Can you get it up tonight or no?
No, because the front desk is closed tonight. That, and he has to get a moving permit. He can't even take care of the registration or anything, so
yeah,
you gotta have that taken care of before you get it out.
We can get a tow truck to bring it back to the shop.
You know
Well, no, but they won't release it without the
You
current
need to get
registration or
a
a moving
subscription to
permit.
Auto Allies because literally they manage everything through the DMV for you. So if you got a subscription for Auto Allies right now, go to autoallies.com.
I'll put you in a group chat.
It's actually free to sign up, and then it's only $28 a month, and it would have saved you all of this headache.
I'm definitely, I'm doing that when I get back.
I'll put you in a group chat with
You need Auto Allies from our boy.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that tonight, literally.
Literally.
Put you in a group
Link
chat
in
with Cameron
description.
now.
Yeah, he's already got it. Dude, I got you.
I'll catch it and all that.
Move over to the right of it, and then buck up. Hit the ramps, and then we'll measure it.
Okay, so you want me to push it forward?
Forward, and then buck up a little bit, so that way you slide a bit to the right.
Do you want it to be straight and over or angles?
Center. No,
Okay.
center.
3 days. Is it not centered right there?
It's a little off, but I mean, yeah.
Good money. Thank you.
All because of registration.
Now, if you guys are wondering why I'm not helping them push, because the second I step on the street, these officers are going to tell me to get off the street. So, the tow truck driver and the owner of the car are going to be the only two people allowed to really touch the vehicle.
You said you can raise up the front, right?
Yep.
Got some good height to it.
Well, I'm going to wrap it around the frame, so I'm going to get it. I can do that.
Just gonna tell them to get out of the street.
But yeah, I think, yeah. Let me get in it.
Oh, I was just standing out of the way. I didn't want to.
No, let's get out of here.
Oh, it's all good. I'm just chilling. My arms are tired from holding cameras. Yeah, man, iPhone honestly works so well. Yeah, gimbals. Yeah, gimbals work great. Oh, like the crazy ones that sit on your chest.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just tell me if I need to adjust, you know, and then could you tell me if...
Oh yeah, that's a gimbal. That's like a DJI gimbal. Yeah.
I'm good. Okay.
The irony is, a motorcycle is still 10 times less safe than that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I
Like,
mean,
if someone drove into him and someone drove into him, I would say he's gonna have a broken leg. I would say he's not gonna have a broken leg.
you have a broken taillight.
You have a broken taillight.
Yeah. Broken taillight versus broken leg.
Yeah. I used to ride bikes. They're so much fun, but
Yeah.
they are so dangerous because of other people not paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much the danger is not, you know your skill set, but what about other people?
Oh, you can definitely screw up on a bike.
For sure.
But it's 99% of what kill people are not people riding the bike, it's people getting hit.
Yeah.
You know?
15 domestic, 13 100.
Well, it's going to go up on the flatbed, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's a wrap. He can get his car tomorrow, though. He's just got to get it.
Hopefully.
He's got to get it registered.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Okay. So you can, if needed, you can turn that on.
Okay. Do you guys have plastic to cover the windows?
Yeah, there's no windows on there.
You're good?
No. Yep. Yeah.
Text me later.
Yep. What do you?
I got you covered.
You guys can just like tape
All right. Make sure you have your car registered.
I guess the video paused. I was grabbing something to eat. Again. What do we have here? Let's see what we can find or not find 4 hours ago.
Sir, that wasn't really on camera for anything, and then the Super Bowl happened, and Big Cat sent me to the game, and we made the.
Pretty sure we just want to keep going south. Kind of see that warm sector carve out there near the Houston area with that convective line intensifying off to the west. Maybe you've got a convective line. You can definitely tell a little bit surface based. You may have seen that the 10% hatch area was added with that enhanced risk. Large tornado watch is out. High threat of tornadoes. Moderate threat of EF2 or greater. I'm sure you guys have seen it, but there's your tornado watch, and those probabilities along the bottom, it's going to give you the confidence of the watch. I would have issued this like 2 days ago down here. Now, there's even been some PDS tornado soundings from this. So definitely a strong low-level jet. Those PDS tornado soundings, basically the size of the hodograph, and when you get that really strong low-level wind shear with the storm motion nearly at a 90-degree angle, or at least close to the low-level jet, that's when you get the most favorable wind shear.
I was gonna say these 200 puts for tomorrow, volatility is increasing. Those deltas though, a 14 delta for that's just awful, man. It's only got to move $4 and 14 delta. Shit, I thought the mic was on. I hate how Thinkorswim has this, but I hate how they have their level 2. Or, I'm sorry, their options chain. Like here, this is cool. Bid, ask, last, net value or whatever. What is that? Net change. Okay, yeah, what has changed? I hate, like, you have the bid ask here on the put side, right hand side, bid ask last, net change, whatever, value, and then delta gamma. And it should be the exact same thing for this side, but it's not. It's gamma, delta, O, V, and last. Like, it should go bid closest to here. So instead of the ask, it should be the bid. The bid should be the ask. Like, I hate how they have it. And it's alright. It's no big deal. It's just, I don't know. If there is a way to change it, I would love to know how, because that is one thing I would do, and I would change the shit out of that quick. Because we read it from the middle out, not like from the outside in on the left-hand side.
Things. That's always fun. And then the Super Bowl was good too, because Max did it all to himself. He just made himself a big target on that.
I was kind of still a behind the scenes producer that wasn't really on camera for anything, and then the Super Bowl happened, and Big Cat sent me to the game, and we made the whole bet about it, and I had to pay for my tickets if they lost, so that added a whole element to it. There were so many clips that came out about me from the game itself, just because Memes was there, and you know, Memes is the best at getting the worst out of me.
That's my guy! That's my fucking guy! I'll suck his dick right now!
Previously on the Pardon My Take documentary.
I actually think people don't realize how awesome the new office is. I have gone there pretty much every week to check the progress, and it is so much better than I envisioned. It's out of this world. Like, I couldn't
need
be
your
more
help,
excited.
guys. I'm telling you, I need your help.
It was like a 3-year process from beginning to end of finding this space and actually moving in. Me, Big Cat, All Business Pete, spent a lot of times and a lot of meetings with the three of us and the architects, interior designers, basically telling them what we wanted and what we wanted to do with the space, and they did a great job making it all come to life. They told us that it would be ready. We told everyone to move for Labor Day 2023. We did not actually move in here until I think the middle of October, because the first stream piece of content that really came out of it was the Max NLCS Championship game stream.
This could be such a bad night for me, and you guys just want it to be so much worse. Please.
It's not true.
Look at me right now. Look at what I'm doing for you. I look ridiculous.
He's right. He's right, Dad. He's right. I don't think you're doing it for us, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fucking working. Everything you tell me to do doesn't work. God, let's do this stupid fucking show. That was bad. That was fucking so bad, dude. I never win one of these. I fucking never win one of these. So bad. So fucking bad, Shane! Let's fucking do the show.
What's going through your head right now, Max? Are you gonna cry?
I'm not gonna cry. I don't even know. It's just the same. It's just all too familiar. Sitting in this spot,
Which this is the first time we've ever recorded in this studio.
It's just this figurative spot. Or just all of you guys just are like fighting back like the
No.
biggest giggles.
No. Hank, look at Hank. He's not
I'm
even fighting it back.
I can't even look
He's
at
not
him.
even fighting it back.
I
He's
can't
smiling
tell
ear
if
to ear.
Hank's high on marijuana or high on just Max's sadness.
Maxawana is the best drug ever. Oh, give me that Maxawana. I'm an addict.
Hello, my name is Max Delente. I've been working at Barstool for 5.5 years now, and 2.5 of those 5.5 have been here at Part of My Take.
I was looking at Hank, and I was like, when he was your guy at the time in Milton, I was like Hank, like I looked at Hank and I was like, I can do that, and
Hank's probably inspirational for everybody. It's
and
like if Hank can avoid it.
I applied for Dave's right-hand guy position, and he thought I was good enough to be an employee of Barstool. He didn't have a job for me working directly for him, so he in turn kind of just dumped me off to Hank. So I was kind of working under Hank for the entirety of my time here, doing just different like side projects that Hank was doing.
Max has worked under me his entire time working at Barstool. We just weren't working on Part of My Take related stuff, but I knew he was going to be a good fit for this podcast because, again, he's from Philly. Off camera, there was no cameras around. It was just me busting his balls about the Sixers and the Celtics, and I was.
All right, so I want to touch base real quick. I need something to pass time, so I want to watch this. I'm also watching it because, you know, I'd hope to be able to do something, you know, really. I'd like to be able to do something that's bigger than myself one day as well. Two things here on TSM. 204, but really 205. I'm watching this level for a few reasons, which I'm sure everyone is. There's just a few things that I don't like. Let's look at this bounce. Let's run the fibs. That should be about a 23. Should be about a 23.6 retracement, right? Just about dead on the money. This may not be a trade just yet. What I was going to say is this pullback bounce on 204 could probably look for a long and a quick trade right back to VWAP, but just be careful. VWAP is down at yesterday's low, so VWAP's pulling back. Looks like yesterday's low would be more than likely a nice level, you know, if you wanted to get short. So and to the right of my screen, if you guys see this resistance zone right here at 204, this is what I'm watching for at 204. If we regain it, all right, right here. If we recapture this prior resistance, right, then does that mean, hey, cool, we can get back above and hit VWAP? But then the neckline of the inverse head and shoulders of that major level at 205, you know, it could. So we're not really out of it. It's still neutral. I'm still neutral this. I am still neutral. So we'll see what happens up at 205. We'll see what happens up there at 205 and VWAP. All right, because it was prior resistance, we weren't able to hold this level. And I guess that would be the first real retest of that level, wouldn't it? All right, so yeah, there's that, guys. So I'm watching 205 and 204. Okay, I want to see how we get to it, this, that, and the third. I need your guys' help. Please hit that like button, subscribe. Contributions, man. Contribute to the stream. That link's in the description. If you're needing help or struggling, if you want to get good at this and, you know, key takeaways that I think are really important for doing this. That link's in the description. Message me. But anyway, contributions over $50, you guys get a free one-on-one or can, donate it off to somebody else. Trying to get some help for the stream here. I got to do a better job during the stream, but it's the holiday. I was just going to have a fun day anyway. I wasn't really too worried about it, trying to have too much of a live stream today because it's the day after the holiday, and it doesn't seem as though we have hardly any views at all. So it's what it is. It is what it is. I would like to go over charts, which I will be doing. I just wanted to pass time a little bit here for TSM. Going into the bell, I'm going to go through some charts. So if you want to get your pen and papers ready, I would say here around like 2:15, we'll run through some charts and see how we close today. Other than that, if you guys have questions, post them in the comment section below. And follow me on X at Ivy League Trades. Message me on there. Links in the description for contributions. Let's get this stream where it needs to be. Let's reach out to as many people as we can. All right, it's time to start being able to educate people the right way and not, breaking them down. Because the whole point is to make money. And the reason you want to make money is because you have none. So if you have none to give, I just don't like the predatory aspect of, hey, come make some money with us. I get it, That's why I try to do things as cheap as I can, and I'm doing it for cheap for the stream with my own money. Links in the description.
His boss and I would go over and kind of poke the bear, and he would still flip out, get mad, get angry, and I knew it was going to be a natural fit from day one, and it was.
Max is from Philly. He's a Villanova guy, diehard Eagles, Sixers, all that. He is now going to be part of the show. Max, would you like to say anything? Hank is on the hot seat because he now has someone to clap back at him when he disparages the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice. This is good. He's speaking to the mic, Max.
Hank has never been to Baltimore if he's ratting on Philly.
Yeah, speak to the mic. Billy got your ass. Billy's like fresh meat.
Oh, wow. Looks like Hank is teaching Max wrong.
All right.
Trying
sorry.
to submarine him
That's a
already.
great introduction to the show for the new producer. Nice. Yeah, I'm excited for the opportunity. Been a fan for a while. Yeah, big Philly guy, and I hate Hank. So.
All right, perfect. Yeah, you're gonna fit in perfect.
He's just got one of those faces. He wears everything on his sleeve, so he doesn't know. He's a bad poker player, probably. He scrunches up his face. He covers his ears. Acts like a baby, and not in like, oh, this guy's such a baby type way, like a literal baby, an actual baby. Everything that he does reminds me of an infant. So when he dresses up in overalls, wears pigtails, and then gets mad at us for looking ridiculous, but he agreed to do all these things. That's always fun. And then the Super Bowl was good too because Max did it all to himself. He just made himself a big target on that.
I was kind of still a behind the scenes producer that wasn't really on camera for anything, and then the Super Bowl happened, and Big Cat sent me to the game, and we made the whole bet about it, and I had to pay for my tickets if they lost, so that added a whole element to it. There were so many clips that came out about me from the game itself just because Memes was there, and Memes is the best at getting the worst out of me.
That's my guy! That's my fucking guy! I'll suck his dick right now!
And then, obviously, there was the viral picture that happened after the game of me sitting on that couch. And then, basically, that was the big moment that kind of changed of being very behind the scenes to, like, okay, now this is kind of, like, a thing.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's Chumley from Pawn Stars.
You are Chumley.
Chumley.
It's Billy. I was wondering what he looked like.
Chumley.
And honestly, like the whole Max is a loser thing, the only reason that it actually works on this show is because me and Big Cat are 100% losers. Like we're big fucking losers. So it's like crabs in a barrel. When you have one guy that's really, his teams are very good, and they almost reach the destination. It feels so good as someone who's a perennial loser that's never even really sniffed success to laugh at a guy for losing at the highest level. If anything, Max should just be like man in the arena. I'm actually in the championship games. You guys are stuck home with your thumbs up your asses. But yeah, it's a good thing that's happened to us because it makes us feel better about being losers.
I don't know how I've been on the show for fucking 6 months and I've lost $6,000, had to eat 18 hot dogs, and have a fucking soul patch.
You're gonna look like such a fucking mess.
God, Philly.
You're entertaining.
He deserves to get one of them! One of them! Fuck yeah! That's the win! Little, you, small!
What?
Max, that's why you were there.
For my fucking asshole?
Because of that, I didn't have AirPods, and so I could hear everything, which is why it was so clear how often you were farting. And
The vibe from this office compared to New York is like pretty much night and day as far as like people wanting to spend time here. And I think that's really the big thing of like people want to come in and like do different things around this office because there is so much to do. Like I loved living in New York. I loved working in New York, but there was a difference of like coming into the office every day and like wanting to do stuff with other people because there wasn't necessarily that opportunity to do that in New York. But when you came here to Chicago, like it's so much easier to be like creative and like do things with other people in this office that you sometimes just like end up being made for content, but like you don't even really feel like it is because it's like, oh yeah, this is just a cool thing that we can do in this office that we haven't done before.
We've been in this office about 14 months, and it's been awesome. I mean, there was some times where we were trying to feel it out, what this thing is gonna look like, but I feel like after a few months, we've kind of hit our stride, gotten the rhythm, and it's been everything I dreamed of and more.
The New York office, I love the people there. It was a good place to be, but I never wanted to move to New York. That was never something that I grew up wanting to do, never wanted to live there. But when I talked to Big Cat about this podcast and where the company was gonna go, it was a no-brainer. I wasn't upset about it. I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll give it a try. Let's try to do New York. And I had fun there, met a lot of good people, worked with a lot of good people there. But the whole New York speed, that was never anything I wanted to do long term. So from day one that we got there, I think there was an understanding that at some point we weren't going to stay in New York for the rest of our lives. So moving to Chicago is great. The only thing is like everybody's so friendly here. It took me a while to get adjusted to that. I thought everybody had like an angle. I was getting hustled by everyone. Turns out they're just very friendly in the Midwest. The office itself is like a dream scenario. I think I said when we moved in that we built recess at work, and that's pretty much what we get to do every day.
Oh! Yeah. Oh!
When you look at the history of Barstool, people kind of, when we started going to video, when it was from blog to video, and it was Dave and I doing stupid videos around the country, the Bro Show, a lot of those were just us doing stupid competitions against each other. And you had like, you know, the original Combine, the arm wrestling, us playing hockey against each other. Now we have a place where we can capture some of those old golden moments of, you know, what Barstool was 10, 15 years ago, essentially us regular people looking like absolute morons and idiots and unathletic dudes.
Oh my God, what is this? What is this? Hold the front.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, pop.
Stop! His hair! My hair!
bad. My hair, ow, my hair's caught in something.
No, it's Fitz's
Stop,
hair.
stop, my hair's caught in the fucking thing. Ow! Holy fuck! Oh, fuck! Ow, this hurts so bad. Stop twisting it. Stop twisting it.
Stop, let go, Dan, let go.
I know. I'm holding it up. That hurts so fucking bad. Dad, right over there. Oh, fuck. Right over there.
Yeah, so when we moved to Chicago, there was definitely a part of me that was like, are we going to miss out on some in-person guests? Because New York is obviously the hub of all media. But I think what we found is this place, and what my vision was this place becomes a destination where guests want to come here. And it's not just come here and do PMT and then leave, do a 30-minute interview and then leave. It's come here for a whole day, do the yak, do Donnie, hit some golf balls, come on PMT, go on Mostly Sports, like all these things, a car wash that is unique. You know, they used to do the ESPN car wash where people would just do this, 17 different radio shows, and they'd say the same thing over and over. I think we've created a very unique setting where the car wash has so many different elements that really brings the most out of the guest. And someone can come here for 6 hours and do 8 different shows and show off all types of personality and who they really are. And I love that part, because a lot, my favorite part of this job, or one of my favorite parts of this job, is meeting athletes, meeting celebrities, or whoever it may be, and getting them to be real people. And this is the spot where you can be a real person.
Basically a whole training facility. Great court. It's not bad, right? And a golf simulator over here. I don't know how your golf game is these days. We're lucky guys. It's non-existent.
Oh, okay. I mean, this is awesome. How dope is this? This is the childhood dream, is having a gym like in your house or in your backyard, you know? Oh.
You think he's gonna do the yak challenge?
What's up, Chef? I'm privileged to be eating your cuisine today. Oh my gosh, delicious. It's magically delicious.
And we have Fred Smoot here as our guest.
Legend.
Very, very excited about.
Thank you.
Inventor
of Twitter.
Only if I'd have went to Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
If I'd have went to Vanderbilt, one of those nerds would have said, come on, Smoot.
This is better than anything I've ever seen in my life. You guys work here?
Do you want to quickly grade some of our employees?
How would you cover Kelsey on an option route?
Mike linebacker in the middle, have the cornerback kind of fade in and let the safety take the guy on the outside.
That's some of the biggest bunch of bullshit.
Bro, let's go. Holy shit.
Sick, right?
Yeah, this is insane.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fun. Special teams, special plays, special players.
Sketch, my uncle named Dan Katz is really fat and needs to lose some weight. Can you help motivate him to lose some weight?
Hey, Dan Katz, you're a fat fuck. Sorry for cussing.
Sunday, last week of the year. Van's getting picked up in 15 minutes by some random guy that hopefully won't steal it and take it forever. I kind of want to sit in this from the studio, right? Like, it'd be kind of cool.
Is it comfortable?
It is. A lot of potential. I mean, it'll be sick if this thing gets up and running and we can like take it places. They're taking it to get it up and running. We need to get the title for it, we need to get a key for it, and then I need to figure out who is going to like do the interior. This guy is coming to pick it up basically just to get it like running, operational, fix the engine or whatever needs to get done so that it can drive, but there's still a lot of work to be done administratively so that we can actually use it. But
All right, week 15. Season's getting long. No Bears this weekend, which is nice. No Bears to screw up anything. Come in, get some bets going. What are we thinking? That's it? I need something more than that.
Are you doing Game of the Year?
No.
Ah, I was looking forward to that.
I know.
Up, another day at the factory. NFL Sunday. It's a must-win for the Commanders. It's 8 hours of sitting in front of the television, gambling with your best friends. How is this a job? There he is. There's memes. Get memes.
That memes?
That's the glue that holds the entire thing together right there.
Did you hear the news? Max, he had broken foot probably.
Did he actually break his foot?
How did you do that?
He didn't say. He's a moron.
Getting actually just like drinking alcohol. The thing about a broken foot is like
Joe and dug it out.
you can't walk on it for like 8 weeks if it's actually broken. Like you can't put any weight on it. We got to get him like one of the wheelchairs that has the joystick. Yeah, not even the scooter, like the mobility wheelchair.
I'm gonna steal his crutches today if he comes in like that.
Yeah.
Made it easier. Like I said, I got my wheel dollies, so we gotta turn it around. Since we can't move the steering wheel, we gotta put them on the dollies. Swing.
Went too fast.
and the fact that it falls. Shout out to Chevy for just building great vehicles. The fact that that thing can even run as is a testament to the quality of the company.
Isn't this great?
What?
Max?
Oh, with a broken foot?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't really want to have a broken
Not for him, but for there would be funny parts about it.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks to break your foot.
I know.
I would definitely be upset for him, but yeah. He can't, I mean, he's either got a broken foot or he's a pussy because he's going to the emergency room. He also has, like, his gross toes and shit, so it might have just been, like,
His
might have
bones
just,
are
like, yeah, like, stubbed his gross toe.
8 hours of watching football today. We're going to include every minute of it in the documentary.
We're going to watch some football. We're here. It's 11:30 in the morning. We're going to watch some football for about, 10 hours. Then we're going to spend the next 3 hours, 4 hours doing the show. It's a beautiful Sunday. Week 15, I was saying to Jack, I'm a little banged up. Everyone's dealing with something this time of year. It's just, it's getting late in the season. Just got to rally.
What if I just see Gambling's freaky. It's like once you win one thing, it's in the floodgates.
About 120 hours in. Get to it. Just gonna run it off the rail. But they didn't show it.
Come on. Come on. Shout out to Chevy, man. They make great vehicles. It's going to be a big 2025 for Vandy Woodhead.
Yeah, that's like one of the worst. I mean, right before Christmas.
Oh my God.
Like having to travel and shit.
Oh yeah.
That's got to be one of the worst times to have this happen.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna get so fat. This isn't even healthy, is it? Protein. You should accept any
If there's anybody here, keep an eye on Amazon here. This area right here. If you break, oh, you have VWAP holding you up. There is you do have VWAP holding you. I was gonna say. Yeah, the market is trading on its own if it's still going higher because everything's going down. We haven't moved. It's not surprising. We haven't really moved. Look, we're right where we closed on Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, Tuesday. Oh, TSM. Is that our rejection that we were looking for? Or that failure at 204? Damn, I wish I was up there at 208. God damn it.
Baseball.
I mean healthy. It's fruit.
This is my $100 candy order that we usually do. We got Reese's, we got gummy clusters, we got Starburst, we got Swedish Fish, Skittles, more Reese's, more Swedish Fish, mini Starburst, Sour Patch, everything. The Reese's Cluster Bites, the best.
What do you think the worst one on the table is?
I'm not a big sour Skittles guy, but I know some people like it. I'm trying to get stuff that everyone likes.
This is a good, ball.
These are awesome.
This is another dog.
These are sneaky goated. Eat some candy.
Week left. Try not to put on weight. Sundays is the hardest day because you want to just sit down and just graze food all day. So I try and still get 20,000 steps in when I can. So we're at 2,800 steps a day so far. I'm trying to get to like 7 right now.
Hello there.
How's it feeling?
It hurts like a fucking bitch. No, I have to go to a foot doctor at some point this week. These things suck. This shit sucks.
Big game. Come on, Maxie. Let me get down there. No. Here, bring it to Daddy. Come on.
Here, I'll help you up.
Come on.
Oh.
You make him go up a step. Yeah, you gotta get up that step. You can do it.
All right, ready? Hop on your way for 1, 2, 3.
All right, buddy. I want to be a big wheelchair guy.
Max, I got you a joystick motorized wheelchair coming this week.
I wanted to get one that was Stephen Hawkins where you could control his mouth.
That would have been nice, huh? Game cage.
Just in case you need this, Max is going to be right out here, okay?
Thanks, bro.
Let's see what the weight is. I think with all this clothes on, 176 would be nice. Ooh.
There we go. Why does the clock stop? Did you see that? The clock stopped for like 5 seconds. The clock stopped for like 5. What the fuck was that?
You can't stop the clock. You can't stop the clock. The clock was fucking stopped.
Roger Goodell can do whatever he wants.
Where's Hank? You son of a bitch. I don't want Hank over my shoulder. No flag, no flag. That's game, that's game. Hey, big win. You saw it, the clock was stopped.
Not Hank?
Huh?
Not mad at Hank?
No, I'm not mad at Hank. Hank told me before the game he bet on the Saints. You can bet on whoever you want. I just didn't like it when Hank was pretending that he wasn't rooting against me. No, it's fine. We all win. I got a W. Hank covered. Max has a hilarious injury. Everyone's a winner.
What up?
I feel bad. It's not even funny. It is funny, but like, I probably feel bad more than I feel joy.
Get this again, though. What are you laughing at over there?
What you just wheeled in?
Oh!
Touchdown!
Yeah! Billy, come on! What was that? Take all in. Take a seat. Take a seat. Take a seat. Jesus Christ. All right, we're back.
Usually after the 4 o'clock game, sit in my office for like an hour, go through all the games, take some notes, try to get whatever things I missed, thoughts I had, watch the little games in here. It's a long night, Sunday nights, week 15. I'll say this, the one thing I always think about is, I love this job and I don't ever want to stop doing it, but someday, call it 20 years from now, being able to watch Sunday Night Football at home would be pretty nice. Haven't done that in a decade. That would be pretty nice.
So during the new games, are you usually kind of actively making mental notes of things you want to say?
Yeah, making mental notes, trying to figure out what we want to talk about, and then come in here and clean up all those. Start to go through every game, what I missed. It's just a lot of games.
Now, just gonna finish up some research. Usually I go into the office and start doing research for the show. The football was too good today, so I did it on my phone. Now I gotta hit the deep web on the laptop. At POV, you're Ed Sheeran at the SiriusXM studio, circa 2015.
Let's do it.
Let's see if I still got that bladder. All right, so Ed, you're right there.
Yep.
Okay. You're not getting okay. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. See if I still got it. Oh yeah. Easy. That's what we call a no doubter. I tried to squeeze out a fart for you, but I think I'd be playing with fire at that point. Can't be pissing yourself before the show. Can't be shitting yourself before the show. All right. Shake twice. Tuck it in. Smash.
Now, you do this. That's good. Then I do one of these. All right, we did it. Now let's go make some magic. All right, time to make the takes. This is the same computer I used in 2016. Same one. It's a little bit slower now. Yeah, so usually we get started writing the boomers during the afternoon games, and really today's action was too good, so we didn't get a chance to do it. So I just made a couple notes. I usually do that each week, is I just like write down a couple nicknames as they come to me. So today I had for Lad McConkey, Vladimir Putin, and for Aaron Rodgers versus the Vaccineville Jaguars. Something about the vaccine. We'll figure the rest out later. Yeah, if a player does something, sometimes just think of a nickname for him. We used to be much more offensive.
Yeah.
With our nicknames, yeah.
What are some examples?
I guess we still like say some fucked up stuff. I think the first one that we ever did, we were watching a Steelers game, and then we said like Benjamin Netanyahu Roethlisberger took over the AFC West Bank, because I think he was playing against an AFC West team. We usually work together, and then in the last couple of years we've had like Max and Hank and Memes write their own for their teams.
Food's here? Food's here. Food is here.
It's salad time.
This one, pug. This one. Salad. What? 3 bags. Okay, cheese. Little Blutman. Jerry was here.
Memes always just order. I ordered this like one time, and he just reorders it every time. It's always in there.
What is it? Shrimp?
I really don't know.
Butter noodles and shrimp.
Actually, that's pretty good.
Yeah. So this is pretty much the time of the day where everyone writes boomers. PFT and Big Cat kind of go off on their own and focus and look at stats and write half the boomers. And then I'll do one, Memes will do one, and Hank will do one. I have to start thinking because I honestly have put no thought into what mine is going to be this week. So, yeah, that's basically where we're at now.
All right, boomer for me. I go in. I watched the game kind of thinking about it. For some reason, when I was watching the game, I was thinking Drake K. What's that Harry Potter? Drake K. Rawlings? Drake K. Rawlings May. The Mario, like Mario, or something with Douglas. Jonah Hill Williams. James Sean Connery. Ooh, I like James Sean Connery.
That's for one of them, Devontae Adams. Tay Diggs. Tay Diggs is in Malibu's most wanted. He said something about a GAT. I gotta figure out the GAT line. This ain't no picnic, bitch. This guy. Tay Diggs.
All right, so which ones do we have? We've got the Jets, Jaguars. We've got the Patriots, Cardinals.
Yep, I did Cowboys. I did Titans, Bengals.
Okay. You want to do Bills, Lions? A lot of points.
Rashad Patrick Bateman.
Rashad Master Bateman. Shot out a couple seeds. Experimentally ended the Giants season.
Over to New York, where Rashad Master Bateman shot out a couple seeds and permanently ended the Giants season.
Something about, there's been a lot of talk about flying objects in New Jersey as Tommy DeVito and Tim Boyle both attempted passes today.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous flying objects.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about dangerous flying objects in New Jersey, as both Tim Boyle and Tommy DeVito attempted passes on Sunday.
LaMartha Stewart Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And she also did insider trading. LaMartha Stewart Jackson might be getting older, but that butt don't quit.
But that butt don't quit. It could still get it.
Mm-hmm. Or you could say like did some unspeakable things to the New York Stock Exchange giants.
LaMartha Stewart Jackson might be getting older, but that butt don't quit, as he did unspeakable things to the New York Stock Exchange giants on the way to a blowout.
Josh Ray Allen switching back and forth between throwing and passing touchdowns.
Where Josh Ray Allen was getting there, switching back and forth between throwing and passing touchdowns on the Lions D Sunday.
Dan Campbell's brain got hacked. John Skipper.
Yeah. Found the white line.
Yeah.
Extorted. Ran furiously towards the white line. But claimed it was the first time he had tried it.
John Skipper ran furiously towards the white line, but claimed it was the first time he tried it, as he scored a touchdown in the first half.
James Cook got tackled by his hair.
Yeah.
And ride my ass, at least pull my hair a little bit. Pulled out a dreadlock.
Alright, so if you're watching this, you guys understand. After a week, right, of work, whatever you want to call it, still work at the end of the day. You're still actively, mentally doing a lot of demanding things. You have off Saturday, but then you come right in on Sunday, and this isn't week 1, week 2, week 3. It's week 15. Okay, it's during the football season. And let's talk about this. They still do a college football show during Saturdays, so you got to fly to wherever that is, fly back. They still do a show Saturday night at midnight. Big Cat and him don't do it, but Big Cat still does go. So just sitting through a full day of football, doing this all night, then doing the show, and then coming back in the next day after a little while, after a few weeks. I would tell you what, half of y'all, I would tell you right now, I guarantee you by like week 5, week 8, you're tired, you're a little tapped out, a little tapped. Gotta give it to him.
Sean McDermatologist was able to help James Cook with his hair loss.
And that's what it comes down to too. It's like not about just doing it, but like still being able to be a little bit creative, like that. That's fucking hilarious.
That's the Bills. What should we say? Scalped.
The Buffalo Bills Clinton pulled out their victory cigar.
Yeah.
Against the Detroit Lions. It's bad.
That's hilarious.
In their snazzy blue dress.
Sean McDermatologist was able to help James Cook with his hair loss as the Buffalo Bills Clintons pulled out their victory cigar against the Detroit Leonskis and their snazzy blue dress.
You excited about this weekend?
I'm excited about this weekend. I'm ready to eat.
Perfect. I think if I can make 10.
The pressure on?
Pressure on. I mean, 10 would be out of this world great round on my part.
10 would be pressure. 10 would definitely be pressure.
I'm surprised you haven't just quit.
I thought about it. Missoula.
I mean, I saw the video of the wiffle ball was tough.
Some say tough. I'm jumping fucking high.
It's good. But as far as like dunking a basketball,
I'm not dunking. It's just a formality. But I just who knows. I'm not.
I think a lot of people don't understand, and I found this out. But if you sit there and work your legs out, and you build your leg strength up, leg strength is really the key about whether or not you can get above the rim with the ball. I had no problem damn near dunking with the ball in high school. And all I did was work out.
Not giving up. There's just no chance, but I'm not. I'm gonna see it through.
Pressure on Hank. Yeah. Because of the cat and the beard.
Dressing up as a homeless man.
That could get to him. I just have to apply a tiny bit of pressure. And then he crumbles. The show's over. Time to head home. You okay, Max?
Yeah.
Need a hand?
No, I'm good.
Do you need me to lift you into your Uber? Yeah, show's over. Solid show. Good NFL Sunday. It's about 11:30. Actually, kind of an early night, right? I would say.
I was gonna say
for
that
us,
sounds
usually we don't
early.
get out of here until like 12:30 or so, and then obviously, Bug, Memes, Max, Jack, Shane, you guys stay here until what, like 2:30, 3? Yes. Yeah. So the work's not actually done.
That's what I say. I figured it was at least till 2. Because if the show is 2.5 hours, they don't do it until 8 o'clock, 8:30, after the 8 o'clock game. That I think they streamed just about the whole game live, or I think they switched to New York sometimes. And if you don't start until 10, to do an hour and a half to 2 hour podcast, about the game, there's no way you're done by there's takes, there's making sure just setting it up, right? You can make sure, it goes a lot quicker when you have a team, but making sure you have sound, color quality, all that everything that you need is up, running. Any changes you want to make, writing a script, all that fun stuff.
This is just when the divas like me, Hank, and Big K get to leave and say bye. The real magic's done behind us. Do you want me to wheel you out?
No. Could you just grab my jacket though?
Yeah.
It's harder with the jacket.
End of the day, week 15 in the books. Long day, best job in the world. Nothing like watching ball with the boys, talking about it with the boys. Max's broken foot, he's gonna get so fat. He's gonna get so fat. He's gonna get so fat.
Yeah, like tomorrow afternoon. They're playing in Boston tonight. The end of the year has come. So today, after the yak, in about an hour, I'm going to go through my routine and try and...
Nice, he is working out the legs. That's it. Work out those, just do squats. I knew it. That's awesome.
Basketball.
He's gonna get it.
The
He
bet
should be
was
able to
that
get it
if
he really...
I can dunk, Big Cat will give me 10K, PFT will give me 10K. If I can't dunk, I have to give Big Cat $4,000 and
It's gonna take at least a year. At least. And that's pumping
give
hard.
PFT $4,000, so I'll be down 8K. I've been training every day. I've been going hard. I've seen progress. Like if you look at my original dunk versus where I'm at today, and I think, again, knowing what I know now and knowing the process, if I had the same amount of time knowing what I know now, I probably would be able to do it. But that doesn't matter. I failed. I'm not gonna be able to dunk. Who knows? Maybe I will, but probably not.
Hey. I'm excited.
What if he does it?
I mean, if he does it, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I want him to do it.
I do too.
I want to pay him that money.
Oh,
he got the rim though.
That was a good jump.
I mean, I'm not above the rim.
Is that important for dunking? Oh. Wanna try ladder?
The ladder's the best chance I have.
Are you? I thought the timing was there.
I grabbed the rim and you dropped the ball.
I told you I was letting go of it. Are you saying I dropped it late?
Yes.
Okay. Do it again. That's all you have to say.
I love that Hank's getting mad at Rick.
One more time. I'm not getting my hand higher than the ball, higher than the rim, so I don't want to be mad at Rick, but there's really no reason to.
No, it's all good. No one's mad at you. No one's mad at you, Rick.
Rick, I'm not. It's not your fault, Rick. I'm not.
I didn't think it was my fault until everyone said it was my fault.
I'm telling you it's not.
Well, I probably did fuck up. It's a timing issue.
Oh, okay. So
What, have you never dropped the ball off the ladder so someone can dunk before?
I haven't, no.
No.
This is the first for me.
Hank probably should have asked that question before he asked you to do it.
The first, he just dropped the ball after I touched it. I grabbed the rim and he just dropped the ball in my hand.
First one, he got pissed at me for no reason. For no reason.
Rick, I
just wanted to check in real quick. Rumble's making a new high. Brand new high. Brand new high. Damn, 20. No, that's SOUN. That's Soundhound. Rumble as well. All right, so that's where everybody's at. See why I say stock selection is key, right? Whatever's got volume and trending. This is why. You know, TSM doesn't really have much volume. Look at this volume versus what it normally has. So I really didn't get a trade-off today because my stock selection was fucking horrible. Still a good setup, but it's not moving. It's not moving for a reason. You'll probably get a bounce here, and you could scalp this to get some. You could make some money with it, but stock selection. I didn't get my stock selection right. Didn't have that much opportunity. That's why I say, if you had to ask me one thing, what is the one thing that can keep you consistently profitable? Once you learn the markets, stock selection.
grabbed the rim and you dropped the ball in my hand.
You grabbed with like your middle fingertip, you skimmed the rim, and you're acting like fucking Clyde Drexler up there.
I just said it wasn't your fault.
To hang on the rim.
But you did drop it super late.
You want to get on the top rung of a ladder and extend half your body weight off the ladder and palm a basketball at the same time and time that basketball
we'll go
at the
ladder
same
for
time?
the last one. The ladder.
I'm worried about not falling and dying.
All right, so take the ladder away. I'm saying, just lock in for one good throw. I'm telling you, please lock in for one good throw.
Hank is on edge right now. He's very, very testy.
I like them laughing behind my back. PFT's being shady.
Let's clap it up.
All right, let's go.
Let's make some noise for Hank.
Hey!
Come on, Hank.
Hey!
Hank.
Come on, Hank. He's not gonna get any higher.
Oh shit!
That was your best one, Hank.
On Rick's head.
I got one more.
Yeah, that was your best.
More.
That was your best one. You almost had that.
That was a good jump.
That was a great toss. One good.
You said one good toss. That's what I got you.
Good jump. That was.
That's all it takes.
Come on, Hank.
And a lot of athleticism.
All right, let's clap it up for Hank again. Come on, Hank. Let's make some noise.
Come on, Hank.
You got this, Hank. You want to try one more time?
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
It's somebody else.
Hey. Yeah, it was that first one. It was the first one. I think we saw your peak though, because that first one you did there was awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
No, well, it's not over. We'll go to the next level. Hey, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
All right, it's Friday, last day before Christmas break. This is about 8 months in the making. It all comes down to this. Right now, I owe Big Cat $4,000. I owe PFT $4,000. Unless I can hit 20 of these in a row. If I can hit 23s in a row, Big Cat owes me 10, PFT owes me 10. If I can't, then we're gonna have a one-on-one shoot-off. Me versus Big Cat first. If I beat him, then we're even. If I lose to him, I owe him 4,000. Then me versus PFT. If he beats me, I have to get a cat, and I have to shave my face.
You got to shave all of it. All of it.
I wore all black for Hank's funeral today.
Same.
I actually wore all black because I'm fat, and that's the most slimming color.
Here he goes. 20 in a row. Let's clap it up for Hank. Ah, man! Oh,
I got 3 tries. I got 3 tries.
I know, but that was close. It looked good. It looked good from here.
All right, 20 in a row.
Here we go, 20 in a row.
Let's go.
Woo! 20 in a row. There we go.
One.
Can't make 20 in a row. Let's make one.
All right, here we go. 2.
All right, last try. We're almost
He was
there.
so much better that time, though.
All right, here we go. 20 in a row.
Let's go, Hank. 20 in a row. Cash. Oh, man.
All right.
That was close.
I'm not winning 20K. I'm not winning 20K.
Hey, that's 33% from downtown. That's I think it's better than Jordan, right? All right, so we're going 4 from each rack.
5. 25 shots each.
25 shot. Oh, I thought we were doing 20.
20 was 4 in a row.
If I can get in a weird zone where I somehow hit 4 in a row at some point, I can put some pressure.
Honestly, like I'm gonna try because I want him to have to pay me, but like in a weird way, if he beats me, it might be good for overconfidence.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm not risking anything, so it's like I'm gonna try to beat him.
If he beats you, then he's feeling good about
He's
himself.
feeling good.
I think to put pressure on him, I gotta hit like, I think 8. If I hit 8, then he thinks about it. Yeah. I think he might shoot better against you than he does against me. Good luck, Hank.
Good luck, Hank.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Everyone ready?
Yeah. How many times are you gonna ask us if we're ready? You're not nervous though.
Oh no.
1, 2. When Hank gets hot, he gets streaky. 3, 4. Yeah, he's streaky here. He's streaky here. Oh. 5. Nice. Streaky.
Uh-oh, he's on fire.
He's streaky. 7. Nice roll. Oh. 8. He's streaky. 9. Uh-oh. 10. Oh. 11.
Come on.
Oh.
Big last rack. 12.
12. This is big.
Nope. This has got to go.
12, 13. 13.
That's
All right,
nice.
That's not bad. Nerves are going crazy.
It's good. I mean, I'll probably be right around it. I was hoping he was more like 10. 10, I would have beaten him. I mean, that's over 50%. I can't go cold.
You have to get 14?
Yeah.
What happens if you get 13?
We wrestle naked.
It's over.
Oof. Bad. That was a bad start.
Sir, you got one. You got one.
Woo!
I think that's true.
Hank's got me today.
No, this is it.
This is where he gets out.
Fuck. He's got me. Damn it. 5. Shit! I gotta hit all of these, basically.
Yep, gotta go perfect.
I'm sandbagging.
You won. I said he was gonna beat me today.
I mean, he's been putting in. That's been his cardio.
Yeah.
Shooting threes.
Big Cat, I was thinking about it. I was ready to pay the 4K since I don't have to. Jack, camera guy right here. $2,000 cash, $2,000 free bet on the Sunday we
Love
get back.
that. That's a great move. That's a great move. Jack, get Jack crying. He's crying behind his camera right now. Oh my God. What I learned today is I've let myself slip because I think I'm like now 15-1 against Hank in three-point shooting. I should have put it together that every single time, like when we're working, watching football, doing our jobs, he's just shooting threes. I need to start shooting threes instead of working, is what I learned.
Also, like, no life helps.
Yeah, no life helps.
You kind of have one.
I have to keep other lives alive. Go PFT, be a hero.
Oh, that looked good. Backboard got in the way.
Oh, the bank shot from the corner.
Bank shot in the corner. Yes!
Wait, you got
Let's go. You got one more. You got one more.
Nope.
Oh, stay with it. Stay in it. That was a great start.
I'll take two. I'll take two.
You do two every time, you get 10.
Cash.
Oh.
No.
Yes.
Nope. Good.
Whack. Whack.
Nope. No.
Whack. Whack. On his fucking head. Oh, get in.
I'm nervous.
Whack.
Oh, brother.
Nope.
Stay in it, PFT. Every single one matters.
It's not my spot.
Nope, never was.
Nope.
No, not your spot.
Fuck that spot. Nobody shoots from there in the NBA. You see heat charts? Nobody.
Oh. Get us one more.
There we go.
Yes.
Bang.
Oh, 9.
Yeah, no.
All right, 9's respectable.
It's either in or it doesn't come close to touching anything.
9, I'm nervous. 9 is a good number. That's like, if I miss this first rack, they're gonna go nuts. I gotta hit 2 to start. But I also can't get upset if I miss all 5.
That's a lot more than you thought I'd make, buddy.
Don't start slow, Hank. Don't start slow.
I gotta lock in. Can I put headphones on?
Where's he going? Is he puking? Hey. Oh, he's in his own head.
Now we're good. We're good.
Don't start slow. Don't start slow. Oh, no. He started slow.
That was worse than my first shot.
He started slow. Oh, shit.
All right, that's 2. I got 2 on the first one, too, Hank. Yep, we're tied.
You got a couple easy bounces last time. Hope those bounces are there, buddy. Oh, 3. That was huge. Oh,
Don't let those knees get shaky, Hank.
Oh,
fuck, I'm done. I'm dead. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I'm dead.
Nope.
That was
Oh, ew.
Oh, he's got to get on this rack.
Uh-oh.
This is the final rack.
Uh-oh. You got it. All right. Fuck.
You shouldn't have had him get one more just in case.
Why?
'Cause it would have been incredible if it was controversy.
Good job, Hank. Hey, sometimes 2 warriors go at it and they give each other their best shot, and one's just a little bit better than the other. So Hank is just a little bit better than me at shooting 3-pointers.
Hank, what's the next feat?
I'm gonna be able to out-drive 50. 300-yard drive.
300 by this time next year?
Yeah.
You want to put some money on it?
300-yard drive?
Yeah. How much? $300,000, 300-yard drive.
Through $3,000.
No, it should be $1,000 for every yard.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Okay. By what time?
This time next year.
We want to do a full year?
No, we should do it in the summer, but it should be 6 months.
No, there's no time.
You know what? Chill week.
Yeah.
Chill week. Long drive competition.
Yep.
$1,000 every yard. So you guys each get 3 drives, and you take your longest one, and whoever's higher, it's $1,000 per yard.
Hank's gonna hit a monster 260 and be like, "Fuck yeah!"
Oh, imagine if you fucking beat him by like 50 yards.
Yeah, I didn't do the math
and
there.
PFT has significantly more money than you.
I wasn't doing the math
True.
there.
I'm richer. I'm longer off the tee.
Better hair.
Better hair than you. My jump. You only are 1 3-point shot better than me. Yeah. Thank you to all the AWLs. Happy New Year. We appreciate you guys. We love you guys. Memes has not gotten a ladder ball yet.
Best job in the world. It's because of you guys. I mean, you saw it. We love doing this show. We'll do it till we're old and gray. Did do a little dye job today. No big deal. Don't tell anyone. Thank you. But yeah, love you guys. Big things in 2025, including Hank going into massive debt with PFT.
Beneath $1 for GameStop. That would have been tragic if GameStop ever went below $1. That would have been.
And our
below $1.
We're seeing some reports here that one of the directors is buying 152,000 shares, basically valued at $1.5 million. This becomes interesting because the share or the director here is Alexander Buffett Rozek. That is the great nephew of Warren Buffett. So Warren Buffett's great nephew here, who's a director of this SKYH, buying 1.5 million shares of the company. Company itself valued here about, see here, we have a $381 million market cap, 7.2% short float. Again, not a ton of movement on this, but keep an eye on SKYH in case this one gets moving. Back to you.
Interesting. So it's.
I mean, the great nephew of, yeah.
You think good investing?
That's an okay family to be involved in. What was that?
You think good investing has genetic properties?
No.
Yeah, probably.
Do you? I mean, genetically, no, but I think that's obviously. I think we would all agree that that would be a perfect example of nature versus nurture.
Yeah.
Is he really long?
I mean, if you're sitting around a dinner table at Thanksgiving and you're like, "Oh, Uncle Warren, like, what's been going on recently?" and all this kind of stuff. You might get different answers than you might get from my Uncle Warren. As for example.
Palantir, Peloton,
That'd be funny if I had an Uncle
GME.
Warren. Yeah, it would be funny. No, I did not. No, but if I did, I'd send the clip to him. Shout out to all the Warrens out there. That's a great name.
Like, why would you be
Warren Sapp, right?
I guess.
What's that?
Yeah, you don't know.
I
Warren
guess
Sapp
I could
used to
see
be
why he would be long GameStop right now.
In the NFL.
But I wouldn't be.
Nose tackle.
I mean, unless you just are putting risk on.
He tackles with his.
Yeah, he tackles with his nose. He doesn't wear the mask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just runs around with
just to put for the sake of putting
risk. It's like the middle guy in the defense. Normally, it's like a bigger guy. Yeah, like so the run stopper basically.
But even at that,
I mean, there's many different roles, but just to
one,
make
two,
it,
three, four, almost five positions on a day like today.
Defensive tackle.
I mean, I guess you got to get it how you can get it. I don't know.
On Palantir once again.
Maybe that's why.
Okay.
We did dip back down.
Yeah.
We dipped down to 60s. I see that you were still.
No, but we sure
like
got that was that.
If he was still in those or not.
Bit of a hold.
I didn't even realize really until we just brought that up right now. But that was a.
Palantir.
That's exactly where we got long again.
Better be taking profits
I don't have big enough position on any of these things to be doing this. So we should let's just get back here and start to do this because that's a long. We talked about liking some of these names, but the only thing that maybe I could have been scared away from, and again, it's not that we missed this trade. If you guys got it, we already talked about this level. So if you got it, great. There's not much sitting here hosting, trying to have a good time, trying to read the chat and do different things. We should have had an order down there, no excuse. But Palantir is weak against the market today. So the market's just now turning green again, and Palantir is quite red still on the day. The good thing about it is, again, the genetics of Palantir has very much the capabilities of going up at any given moment. One other name that seems to want to go up a lot recently too is Amazon. Again, another name that if you're looking for something to go green to red, red to green would be Amazon right now, possibly here, down only 0.5%. You break this top here, 228 and change. I think that's a good chance to go. So just coming in, let's just have a quick little look to see if there's anything. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, that's the close there into Wednesday, into Tuesday, right there. So that's 229.
Yeah,
we'd like to see that get taken out, of course. That could be a little play right there, 228. What about the pre-market break then? 228.
230, 232
today? Yeah, why not? 228.65 for Amazon. All right, something to look at. I can mess around with that. I think 228.69 there on Amazon. Yeah, that's not bad. That's a 228. Sorry, 65. That's not a bad area. I think we could probably do something there. Let me see, 940. That's not that much volume though. We could almost go right now. What is this? 50s. Okay, 228.50. All right, here we go. Okay, I don't mind this trade. Let's see, we're gonna be above VWAP here. We're gonna be above everything. We've got some good momentum here into the close. If the NASDAQ wants to go for a run, we're here to celebrate that as well all the time. So let's see if NASDAQ wants to go, if Amazon wants to go. There may be better looks than this, but I do not mind that. There's just no volume up here. I don't like when I say, like, this is not, I'm not going to risk another like 30 cents because someone was just chopping around here in the pre-market. That has nothing to do with that. So I think just taking this sort of high that we had seen right off the open on a break there, I think it's probably worth it. And then to try to hold it back about 50 cents, back into 228. Or we can almost ignite the long rate now. Let's get confirmation though before we get too excited. So that's going to be a trade there.
Definitely gotta see and wait for that confirmation. I think Amazon's pretty much sideways there. Interestingly enough, Palantir tries to break that trend just a little bit there, but 82 continuing to hold as a little bit of resistance as of right now, trading at 81.87s. But you can see, yeah, the market is on more of an uptick here off of a hold of that 2200. We talked about that 2200 potentially coming in as a level to watch out for, and you can see over the past few 15-minute candles, we've been consolidating and holding above 220. Sure, you get a little bit of violation for 20.
Yeah, there's really no volume, guys. So unless Amazon can really start to hold one of these levels, I more than likely am not going to be taking anything today. We do still have an hour and a half roughly. You know, things can change. So I'll let you guys know if I do anything. I'm gonna kind of just get off the mic, and I want to figure out some things that I can do. Some things that I can do so I can have a better live stream and really get things dialed in and continue to work on that. See if I can't come up with some ideas. So other than that, hit that like button. Thank you guys for being here. I know I haven't been talking about much, doing much, but it's one of those days where I didn't really plan on it anyway. Just figured we would see what the day had, if there was anything to be had. So that's my plan for right now. Watching TSM, trying not to knock my monitors over. TSM. Also, what was the other one? There was one more. Not GameStop. I could care less about GameStop. There's just something going on with GameStop that I don't like. Like, you know, if GameStop's just, every time it has any type of movement, it's just like gets like halted between an area. So here we go. Why are my monitors moving like this? I feel like something might be off balanced, where it just feels like everything is just shaking too much. So yeah, I'm not really going to be doing any trades today, guys. Just be careful out there. If something comes up, I'll let you guys know. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe, please. I need your guys' help. Again, I'm going to be backstage doing some stuff to come up with ideas. Figure out how the hell I can come up with at least a decent live stream, or start editing and making decent videos. So if you guys need anything, just hit me up in the chat.
Points, 20, 30 points, all the way down to 21.980s, 970s.
I actually want to introduce a new segment here, more sectors, right? I mean, Adair does a great job. More sectors, continue to trade here as well. So that could be something that we talk about in the new year. So, all right, so Meta, just a nice little move higher there, still down on the day. Look at this, though. Can you look at this right here? That's a 200 period moving average right there, Obi. So we've already held that. So it broke it and didn't even think about it. Came back, tested maybe a little bit on that wick, and then whoop, all the way to the downside there, breaking through 600, and then finally finding footing 598, 599. Now we just come from, you know, as the Phoenix rises, as does Meta, from 600 back into right now 605. So I'm going to use 605-ish 20s or so as a possible out there for Meta. So we'll wait to see if this trade comes through. I think it's well worth it right now. We're starting to build a position in the 50s, right? So we're just short right now, so you can take it if you'd like to. We're going to give this a little bit more room to the upside. My last offer is at 6. My offers got canceled, I guess. We had to put some more offers out there. But I was trying to get it up into 605. So we want to take a few more shares up in and around this area and then hold something into that 605, and then a break higher through 605 and 20 change is where we will eventually stop out there on Meta. So, yeah, we are kind of living a little bit on the dangerous side here. Shorting this name for sure, as it's been pretty aggressive in the last little bit. Like, that's a nice move up, $5 in about an hour. So yeah, a little on the wild side here, Obi, but we'll see. Again, I think it's worth a shot. If you just get a little retracement back to the 50 period, which has happened from here, that's $1. So we're not really risking. I'm only risking into the 20s right now. So we're risking about 65, 75 cents or so. I don't think slippage should be too bad. That's a dime right there. We're picking a random spot in the 20s. I don't expect it to necessarily blow up through that. So we'll wait to see if anything happens there. But I think a pullback into this area gives us $1. And then if we get any sort of a view up, pull, fine. And the reason, again, is trading a little bit against this move right now in the NASDAQ. So maybe we have a little bit of a retracement back as, look, you're telling me traders are coming back to their desks right now with an hour to go? Probably not. Will the algos turn on? Which way would they go? Maybe they would revert back to the mean. And view up is underneath, so that's where we should go. So we'll wait to see if we go back to around 22,000 on the NASDAQ. That's kind of an early call. So we're only at 22.34s. So 40 handles lower. And we could drift down into that. So let's sit on our hands a little bit and watch that play. The other one there, what's up to Fud Farm in the chat? When I was talking about Amazon, he or she was just like, yo, chill and don't get too excited about over trading maybe. And that's right. You don't need to do anything. But Amazon's making that move. The NASDAQ does want to go higher. I still think this is not a horrible spot. I'm not going to trade this this long against that Meta short, because one's going to be right and one's going to be wrong. And then the next thing you know, it's like I'm managing risk against each other, and I don't want to do that. So we'll wait to see what happens right now. Oh, you're back into Palantir, so that's good for me because I'm long.
Nice, yeah. I mean, it did bounce off of that 8160, that prior level as of right now. Breaking a bit of trend, and we're getting some tailwind as well from the market, holding that 22,000 going into the last hour. There's only about 6 minutes left for this hour candle to print. So yeah, I'm just looking for a little bit of a bid going into the end there off of the break in this trend here. So aggressive trend all the way from day highs coming into almost day lows, and then catching a bit of a bid here along with the market as well. So let's see if we can get into VWAP here. VWAP I have at 8230s. 8237 here on my trading view as well, and then on the P Pro I think it's just shy of that 80. It's just around 8235s I think right there. Yeah, 8235s right there on Palantir. So let's see if we can get above to that VWAP there. That consolidation was nice as well. So maybe this consolidation potentially coming in. Those lows being at 27s. We're trading at 15s right now. Breaking some trends, some moving averages as well. So yeah, and I'm looking for any sort of action that would suggest that, yeah, buying may continue off of this. We've seen that happen off of some of those lows, but it's got to sustain above 82 here and continue a little bit to the upside within the next 5 minutes, and then trade higher going into the end of the day here. 8220s. If we can sustain 8220s, I like it even more. But you can see the NASDAQ attempting to push past some of this prior consolidation highs, and same with the ES here as well, Sean. 6100 on the ES, bit of a consolidation high from the midday session. You can see that you have about three candles after that flush that hold 61 as a bit of a resistance. So let's see if we can break past that in the last hour, or again, we could totally not do that. Continue to hold that resistance, because again, we are trading a low volume. It's holiday season, and definitely not a lot of relative volume on a lot of these tickers here. But yeah, large caps,
I think
slightly different. I don't know if you consider Palantir a bit of a large cap, but
that's gonna be my cue, guys. I'm gonna get up out of here. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, or I'm going to work on, I got a video I'm going to work on for 2025 outlook. Come up with some ideas and things of the sort. Great rest of your night. Yo, hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Take this fucking channel to 1,000 subscribers. Put the pressure on me. Yeah, that's all I got. Don't be out here hurting yourself. If you don't know what you're doing, please get some help. Any contributions to the stream to help take us where we want to take this? I told you guys any contributions over $50 that I would have a one-on-one session, however long it takes, so we can better off help you stay consistently profitable. And that's up to you if you want to take it up or not. If you don't want to, okay, then don't complain when things continue to not work for you. And just because you have a one-on-one doesn't mean it's going to work. But I guarantee you, if you use and start just even having the knowledge of a lot of the things that go on a day-to-day, you're going to do yourself a favor, because you're going to know exactly how, not the very first time, but you can use the information in time to start knowing when and where to put yourself in the markets and start being able to maneuver correctly. You know, the reason I say I wish I could guarantee it, but as much as you can tell someone, educate, explain all the words in a dictionary for you know, helping someone out doesn't mean that they're actually going to not, you know, it doesn't mean that they're going to listen, or it doesn't mean that, you know, a couple weeks go by, then they go back to falling back into old ways, right? Like days like today. How many people were able to just sit on your hands? You know, unless you had a stock that had volume and was moving, that's fine. But, you know, that's like, my point to that is like forcing a trade on like TSM. It opened itself up. I missed it in the beginning of the day. I did not expect that 208 rejection to make a new low. That was pretty big. But that's why I said early in the day, this thing trades a little funky, so be careful. That was proof right there. But anyway, listen. Links in the description. Reach out on X/Twitter at Ivy League Trades. At Ivy League Trades. Hit me up on there. Friend request me. Send me a message. Whatever. Links in the description. Send me an email. All that fun stuff. I'll see you guys on the next one. Like, subscribe, contribution in the link in the description. Have a great night.